Info Spot 411 YouTube channel, The Late Night Show. Here it is, back again. Okay, I have some good topics and some stuff to talk about. A few things just to go over again, especially for people that might be watching this, some days later. Oh, hello. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Yeah, give me an email sometime. I wanted to talk to you in private, but I appreciate you coming. Really do. Yes. Yeah. I know. I just wanted to ask you about a few things, but in private. I appreciate you coming. Thank you. Life Anaya 06. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. My email address is on my YouTube page. Oh, thank you for coming. Hello. I have in my description below the video what I have on tap for the show tonight, the different topics. Real quick, I am working on a Price is Right game, and I'll probably do that tomorrow night. I had a work-related issue and some other stuff come up just about an hour ago, and I was on the phone. So, any rate, I will have a Price is Right game. I will do that tomorrow night. What I'm going to do tonight is, though, I will do my community center post on my Facebook page. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. I'm going to do a roll call later. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to your channels, grab one of your new vids, and I'll put it in my community center playlist, as well as I'll do a little watch party time on your channel for tonight. Tomorrow night, I will have the Price is Right game ready to roll. I only had a few things together tonight. Like I say, I got a little sidetracked. But anyway, I got some good topics and some things to talk about, as well as some general conversation and fun tonight, guys. First up, this was interesting out of the Wall Street Journal today. Colleges are worried about the COVID-19 cases and tell students to stop partying. And some interesting stuff, what's going on now that, the kid, I don't want to say kids, but the young adults are going into high school graduates and young adults are going back into college, and some of the stuff going on that they're cracking down and they're stopping the partying and certain things that are going on in the colleges. I got this article from the Wall Street Journal. We'll get into it in a little bit. Struggling retailers are rushing to file bankruptcy as fears for a second COVID-19 wave linger. And this came from CNBC. I'll go over that briefly, but there's some major department stores and retailers I'm sure you guys are going to be familiar with, and what exactly is going on and how businesses are being affected by this. But this is a good article from CNBC. A few more I have here. Oh, California fires spread. And it's really, really becoming a major problem now in California, these fires and what's going on with evacuations and whatnot. I got this. It just came Yahoo News today. I got this article. So we'll talk a little bit about what's going on over in the state of California. Elevator 2000. I know you're out in California, so some of this I'm sure you're well aware of, and I'll be curious to hear what you got to say about it. And last up, I have a great article here is from a book. Anyway, it's The Psychology of Rumors. And it's some really good information about rumors. And I get into what's the difference between gossip and a rumor. What exactly is a rumor? Why do people spread rumors? The different reasons why they do it. I got that. Let me bring it up right here. I just got to move it so the glare of the light. But any rate, I'll get into this. It's real interesting. It's some good information to know, as well as we'll do some general conversation and, certain things you guys want to talk about. We'll go with there. We're having a fun time. I don't know. I'll see if this show gets as crazy as last time. I got hit by a hater or a troll who kept coming in the chat. Then all of a sudden I had like 200 some people watching my live. It was a weird one a couple nights ago. That's for sure. Rumors spread fast. Yes, they do, McNikram. Yes, they do. You're going to want to hear when I have this article from this book I got from a website here. Really, really interesting information. Anyway, let me welcome everybody in here as well. We'll do some networking. Some people come in here if you're not connected with each other, meaning you go to their channel again, subscribe to their channel, watch at least one video in full, drop a like and a nice comment. We help build each other up. And I'll do some channel drops here. Donut and Toys and Games. Thanks for coming. You're going to want to stick around because I know you're from California. I got an article off Yahoo News today about these wildfires in California, what's going on. I am doing terrific. I am doing terrific. Let me do this before we get started, everybody. Let me get a few channel drops so we can, network with each other. Let me start up here. Okay, 1 second. I'm just pulling up your channels here and I'm going to drop them in the chat here so we can, network with each other. Okay. Copy. All right, here comes a channel drop. Boom. Oh, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Right now, we're doing a little networking before I get rolling here with the topics and the conversation. I want to put out some channels here, doing some channel drops so you guys can network with each other. And I do ask, if you go to someone's channel, again, watch one of their videos in full, leave a like and a nice comment, and subscribe to them, because that's what you'd want when someone comes to your YouTube channel. We will help build each other up. Yes, we will. So right now I'm grabbing some of your channels here and I'm putting them in the chat for everybody to network with each other. So just give me a few seconds here while I'm doing this. Alrighty. Hope everybody is doing great on this Friday evening. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I'm doing this as fast as I can here. Lightning speed. Well, at least I'm trying. Donut, Toys, and Games. Okay, I got you, buddy. 1 second. Okay. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Stick and stay with me just a few minutes here while I do some channel drops, and we'll get into some good conversation, everyone. Okay. All right. I'll do one more channel drop here. I don't want to do too many channel drops at one time, because that can be viewed from YouTube as like, a spamming, false engagement. All right. Here we go. Here we go. All right. One more channel drop. Boom. Okay. Let me get a sip of my Red Bull here, everybody, and I'll get started on this. Okay, here we go. First, I got this news story on tap here. Start off the show. Let me show you this is from the Wall Street Journal, just came out today. Let me get in a little bit closer here for you. Okay. Colleges worried about COVID-19 cases tell students to stop partying. The University of Notre Dame in South Bend, Indiana, has canceled in-person classes for 2 weeks due to COVID-19 outbreak. Ooh, that's not good. Leaders of colleges and universities are issuing a couple of simple demands to students to help curtail the spread of COVID-19 on campus. Wear a mask. Stop the back-to-school partying. That seems simple enough to me. The measures come as outbreaks continue to pop up at schools around the country as students return to campus, and leading leading several this week to halt on-campus instruction. It is being directed to all students, but specifically aimed at fraternities, sororities, and upperclassmen throwing off-campus parties that have been traced to the COVID-19 outbreaks. On Thursday, that's just this past last week here, or yeah, that was yesterday, as a matter of fact. I'm sorry, August 20th. Notre Dame, the school directed 20. Oh, I'm sorry, let me slow down. On Thursday, the School of Notre Dame, okay, that's just yesterday, detected 23 new cases of COVID-19, bringing the total to 336. And it says here, I think people are definitely starting to take it more seriously. No one wants to go home, said Maddie Tampa, some junior at the school being interviewed. Where is it? Pennsylvania State University suspended a fraternity on Thursday after videos surfaced on social media showing an indoor gathering on Wednesday of more than 15 people who weren't wearing masks and staying 6 feet apart from each other. Then on Thursday, returning students gathered on campus without mask or physical distancing. That's that social distancing. The campus scene prompted President Eric Barron to write a note to students chastising them for ignoring the guidelines the school has laid out and to warn them they would be expelled if they didn't obey the rules. That's regarding the new rules with this COVID-19. Almost done here. Last night's behavior is unacceptable, Mr. Barron wrote. And now here's another one. North Carolina State University said Thursday it has canceled all in-person classes following a series of off-campus parties. More than 500 students are now in quarantine or isolation, according to a letter to the school by the chancellor, Randy Woodson. And this is at North Carolina State University. Battling the spread of COVID-19 is a challenging endeavor, even when everyone is practicing safe measures, he wrote. Unfortunately, the actions of a few are jeopardizing the health and safety of a larger community. So that there, it goes on to a couple more stories from the other universities, but you get the gist of it. The storms. I can look that up. I can check on that. The storms in the Gulf. Are you referring to, I take it, to the Gulf of Mexico? Because I did see and I'll get right back to this. I did see some type of, it was a video about these like lightning storms or something. And I actually spoke something about lightning last night in the Gulf of Mexico, I believe is what you're referring to. Yeah. But anyway, basically what's going on is these students. Okay. I got you. All right. Yeah, I can get into that. No problem. Sure. These colleges, now that the students, it's getting late August, the fall semester is about to start, and a lot of these students are going back to these universities, like Notre Dame, North Carolina University. I'm sure that this is going on in my state, over probably at Michigan State University and University of Michigan. But when they're engaged in this partying and hanging out closely in these big gatherings, and they're not wearing masks, they're not staying 6 feet apart, everyone knows is, unless you've been brain dead for the past 4 or 5 months, somebody who's positive with the COVID-19, asymptomatic, not everyone feels symptoms and gets sick right away. So what happens is it'll spread, and it spreads, and it could be, 4 out of 10 people that catch it, they end up having to go to the hospital. So they're putting all these safety precautions in, but these students coming back to college are not taking this too seriously. And now they're getting a spike at Notre Dame, like in this article, a spike of these COVID cases going up. It's just, I can't understand it. You'd think you'd be like, hey, as much as you're young and you want to have fun, you're at college, you're away from home and let loose a little bit, you still got to, what are you thinking? You got to be mindful. This is a virus going around and it should be treated seriously. So anyway, yeah, they're going to be making, even cracking down further in restrictions, and probably students getting expelled with these fraternities and sororities, and throwing these parties. And especially now, it's a lot different than like when I graduated high school in the 90s. They didn't have all this social media. And, I'm just guessing on this, but probably like 7 out of 10 people who go to these parties and do stuff, what's one of the first things that especially the young adults, in their early 20s, late teens, they got to do? They got to go on Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, all that type of stuff, and post all this stuff. And what does that do? It lets everyone know, hey, here I'm having a few drinks, and we got a music and a DJ, and we're having a grand old time. And the picture shows 5 or 6 people not wearing masks, all standing together, having drinks and talking and that. Well, these colleges and universities are going to pick up that stuff off Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, all that type of stuff, that social media, and you're done, Oh, okay, Life Anaya, no problem. Yeah, but I was just finishing up talking about this first topic of these college students. These students are all going back to college, and now they're having a problem with them all getting together and partying, and then the COVID-19 numbers are going back up. Well, in relation to this, in my state of Michigan here, I live just outside Detroit, Michigan. Our governor, she passed an executive order. June 15th, they reopened these businesses where like limited people could come in, and they had to have masks and social distancing. But what was happening is, this is one of those, like, what do they call that? The gray areas. Now, on restaurants like Coney Islands and family restaurants and these bar and grills, people have to take their mask off to drink and eat. But what's happening, and she passed this bill where all alcohol bar establishments, well, I'm referring to bars that serve alcohol. If their primary source of sale in the state of Michigan is alcohol, they are shut down, done, because they had a in teens. Okay, yep. Next time, find an article on loneliness. Okay, I'll do that. Sure. I'll go ahead and do that. McNicrum. Yeah, I can probably do that for tomorrow night. I'll go look up some stuff. That'd make a good topic. Sure, I haven't discussed that. Oh, anyway, just finishing this up, everybody. So in the state of Michigan, my governor passed the executive order stating that any bar where their primary source of revenue / profit comes from alcohol are shut down. Back in June, when they first opened, she allowed like outside dining. But what happened was, there was some bar in Lansing, and like 40 people contracted this COVID and then flooded this Lansing area hospital right in the capital. Lansing's our capital in the state of Michigan. So when that happened, that's when she shut it down. And now, like, a bar and grill, let's say like Chili's or Applebee's, they're allowed to be open, but there's real tight restrictions where they got to be like every other table at minimum, and they're only allowed so many people in that Applebee's or Chili's that can actually dine in per square footage. Because see, that's that gray area. Okay, I got my mask on, but now once I get my plate of food, and let's say I order a glass of wine with my food or a beer, pop, whatever, I got to take my mask off. When am I going to cut a hole in my mask and start putting my food through it in the straw? So what was happening, people were going to those bars, and what are they doing? They're constantly sipping on their alcoholic beverages mostly, and they're conversating and talking. Well, all it takes is someone is asymptomatic. Me, myself, part of this, I look at it as, okay, you could put whatever laws you want out there, but I also have the freedom of choice and decision, meaning that I don't dine in at restaurants. I don't eat there. Everything I've gotten so far has just been carry out. Like when I've gone to Coney Island to pick up my breakfasts or some Coney dogs, I get carry out the door. I got pizza last night. I went to my friend's house where I shoot my videos and visited with him. It's been a while since I've seen him. and I ordered from a franchise here in Detroit, a pizza franchise called Jets, and they had curbside pickup only. And the lady came out, and if you paid by a credit card, you'd hand her your card, and she had like a tray with her gloves on and ran it. Or if you handed her cash, you'd put it on the little tray thing with the clip, which I paid cash for it. And then she says I could put it in your back seat or trunk. So I popped the trunk of my car and just told her to put it in. And she had her mask on, and I was, in my car, and I thought that was great. Unified Gaming, thanks for coming. Thank you for coming. Before I finish up with this topic, anything anybody want to say about that with the college students and the article here from the Wall Street Journal about now they've had a surge in this COVID-19 and they're getting more restrictive in the partying that they're engaged in? Okay, Unified Gaming, no problem. I appreciate you coming. No problem at all. Oh, you got cool, by the way. Oh, McNichram, you got Jets Pizza down there in South Carolina as well then? Yeah, they have great pizza. They're one of my favorites. They're one of my favorites. My favorite pizza, by the way, in the Detroit area, there's a party store. It's called Buscemi's. And they've been around since the 1960s. And man, do they make a great pizza. They don't use those conveyor belts. They have the oven thing that's in the wall. And their price is usually cheaper than most of these franchise places. And the pizza is just delicious. But Jets makes a good pizza. Oh, okay. Thank you for coming back. What was it? Oh, those storms in the Gulf. You brought that up before I move on to my next topic. In the Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, I saw a brief, as I was looking up some news stories and, different topics going online, I saw a brief news bulletin about these storms in the Gulf. And it was like rain, but it looked like a lightning bolt or like a tornado funnel. And there was a whole bunch of them. Decon fans 2020 DF 2020. I'll just, if you don't mind, I'll just refer to you as that real quick. But is there anything you wanted to say in the live chat on that about these storms in the Gulf of Mexico? Because I saw it was a brief video on it. I saw it. It was pretty crazy. The weather going on there in the Gulf of Mexico. The ocean there between like Florida. And it comes up Louisiana, Texas, and I think Alabama, and then it, comes down to the Florida Panhandle there where these storms are. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. But I do know a lot of it is where that weather gets affected when it's near the coast. It has to deal with the water's real warm, and there's in the Atlantic Ocean, and it goes into the Gulf of Mexico. There's like a current, and the way the current flows. I think it's that jet stream they refer to it as, or is that in the air? But anyway, if it has to do like if that water's real warm and the atmosphere is cool and whatnot, and that's when you get some of this real crazy weather, in these storms. So yeah, I surely hope we don't get some big massive hurricane or something that hits down there around Florida and the Gulf, and because with this COVID-19, it's really going to make things tough. Building the shelters and everything else and how they were used to doing it, so that puts a whole nother monkey in the wrench. Hopefully we skate by without any major hurricanes or storms this fall. Cause I do believe it's in September and around October when the hurricane season picks up down around there, around Florida and the East Coast. And I remember Micrum is from South Carolina. When in the 90s, I was stationed at, I did my basic and my training at Fort Jackson, South Carolina, right near the Capitol, next to the Capitol of Columbia. And it was a few years before they had that Hurricane Hugo. And man, that was just a nasty hurricane, came up and hit that Carolina coast. Any rate, let me get another drink here. And then what was my next topic? I'll keep it rolling, man. I will keep it rolling. And then I'll do a roll call here and I'll grab one of your videos and put in my community center playlist and watch some of your stuff here. That's what I'll do tonight. I got sidetracked a little bit. Like I said, I had some stuff going on with work and something else, so I got sidetracked. So I wasn't able to get everything together for the Price is Right game. No thanks, but to a storm will be making landfall at the same time. Have never seen anything. Yeah, I will say it was kind of this storm. It was something was real weird about it, and what was weird about this thing, it looked like a tornado, like a few tornadoes, and they were like rain funnels that came down from these clouds. It's pretty wild. If you Google like storm in the Gulf of Mexico right now, you'll pull up some of these videos about it. Any rate, this is from CNBC. Struggling retailers rush to file bankruptcy as fears of second wave of COVID-19 linger. It's the other word, but I usually just use COVID-19. I'll bring this up here. So here, let me go over this here for our next news topic here. It's kind of interesting. Okay, here we go. Industrial executives saw what happened to other retailers who filed for bankruptcy in the first few months of the COVID-19 outbreak. They worry that this could happen to them should a second wave of infections hit during the winter months, as some medical experts have warned. Sporting good chains, Models, I don't have that up here in Michigan, Modells. We have, what was it, Dick's Sporting Goods, Bass Pro Shops, and some of the other ones. Anyway, filed for bankruptcy March 11th before the COVID-19 put its liquidation plans on hold. Let me get into more of this article here. It gets interesting. Over a 2-week span in early July, 7 retailers, including the Pepper Store, I haven't heard of them, Brooks Brothers, that sounds familiar, Lucky Brand, filed for bankruptcy protection. J. Crew, yeah, they make clothing at J. Crew. Oh, okay. Yep. Hey, Bud's Backyard, thanks for coming. I'm real quick again. My news story I'm talking about right now it's in my description. The struggling retailers rush to file for bankruptcy as fears of second wave of COVID-19 linger. Okay, let me finish this up here. J. Crew, Neiman Marcus, yeah, they're high-end type clothing and stuff. I believe the Neiman Marcus, J.C. Penney, and 4 of the retailers have already filed for bankruptcy in the month of May. So all these stores have, because of the COVID-19, have filed for bankruptcy just last May. Lord & Taylor and off-price shop Steinmart led another wave and hit earlier this month, and they filed for bankruptcy. Some would say has been a flood, but what's coming could be a tsunami. That's the financial experts saying right now we've been hit with a wave and these retailers are filing bankruptcy. What could be to come in the near future? What's going on now is nothing compared to it. They refer to it as a tsunami of businesses having to go bankrupt and file bank protection. Yeah. I got a little more of the article here and we'll talk about it. I'll finish reading this. Here it's, the main meat and potatoes of the article here to read. Okay, here we go. Industrial executives and analysts predict another round of retail bankruptcies. Okay. And liquidations could be coming if the predicted second wave of COVID-19 infections happens. Some 44 retailers have already landed in bankruptcy court in 2020, according to tracking by S&P Global Market Intelligence. That's that. If you ever heard the term S&P 500, it's like they take a number of companies and they that's how they come together for the average of what the stock market's doing. and how the bond market is doing. They take major companies, the S&P. I think it stands Standard and Poor's, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm checking the chat here. I'll get right to your guys' stuff in the chat. Let me just finish reading this. It's not too much more to go. Okay, here we go. Meal kit company Blue Apron. I never heard of them. And online furniture retailer Wayfair. I've heard of Wayfair. They're getting pretty big, like eBay and Amazon. Are high on the S&P global list of companies at risk of defaulting on their debt and seeking bankruptcy protection. Wow. Okay, almost done. When it comes to hundreds of going out of business sales taking place simultaneously, resources are limited. Shoppers' wallets also somewhat strained, with millions of Americans out of a job. Home goods retailer Pure One Imports. Now, I've been to Pure One Imports before. It's kind of a cool store, which also filed for bankruptcy before the pandemic hit, had been looking higher in its court restructuring process, but COVID-19 crisis makes buyers scarce, and it was forced to shut all of its stores for good. Wow, so all Pure One stores are shut down, according to the CNBC article. Thousands of brick and mortar stores are shutting permanently this year, with closures already topping 6,000. Retailers currently holding going out of business sales, including JCPenney, Stein Mart, haven't heard of them, and Taylor, owner of Pure One. Yep, the Pure One was doing it. Okay, last fake sheet here on the article, and I'll get to the chat. While that means the deals might be crazy good for consumers for bargains, it also means competition is only heating up among retailers trying to recoup some of their losses by offloading the last of their merchandise, deep discounts abroad. And this is expected to make the holiday season even more competitive. So that would be to our benefit. Kohl's chief financial officer, it says Timm, Tim? Anyway, that's how his last name is, Timm. Told analysts this week, this is the Kohl's Corporation financial officer, told analysts this week, Jill Timm. It's a lady. I never heard her last name, Timm. Anyway, Kohl's chief financial officer told analysts this week she expects a lot of sales promotions during the last half of the year. We may just be a little bit on the pause right now because there has been so much activity, said the CEO of restructuring firm A&G Real Estate Partners. But I think we're going to start seeing mid to small size companies filing for bankruptcy in the fall. In some cases, they have gotten government money and have been able to buy time. But if their sales aren't there, you're going to see much more bankruptcies. That's this fall. And you may see more Chapter 7s because they can't recognize and don't have money to go through Chapter 11. He said, referring to liquidation versus full bankruptcy under the federal bankruptcy laws. Wow, this is some really bad news, but it's one of those things I thought about too when I was watching this, and I'm going to get to the chat. Like in April and May, and what I've seen recently with a lot of small businesses, like I was going to Great Clips, and a couple Great Clips near me, they're just shut down, closed. Boop. Is that the government, Congress, and then it gets signed off with our president. But anyway, they gave like small business loans and whatnot to help keep a lot of small businesses afloat. But, it's not like our government's an endless money pit that they could just keep shelling out money. But we can't just say, okay, we can't allow all these businesses to go bankrupt and open. To keep the businesses from going bankrupt and open to the public and put everybody's safety at risk. So some of them can't survive with these restrictions and policies. And, it just like in Michigan, a lot of these mom and pop small owner bars, like non-franchise bars, I think they're going to have to be filing bankruptcy. You know, how long can the government keep getting money? They can't be open and do business. Anyway, let me get to the chat. I keep promising you. I'm going to take out my glasses and read real close here. Oh, okay, Life of Naya. All right. About a cosmetics business. Okay. Yeah, I'm with you as far as I hope it doesn't turn into what we had in that 2007, 2008 financial crisis. Yes. Oh, he started hand. You know, that's one thing I have seen. Like we had a local brewery here in Detroit. I think it was called Atwater Brewery in downtown Detroit, and they switched over, and they are making all hand sanitizer now because a lot of their beer was these micro beers, and they were mostly sold to bars and establishments and that. And they switched over to business to hand sanitizer production. But what I'm seeing now, I don't think that's going to last because at first there was a shortage on it. But when I go in the store, and I'll get to more of your comments, but Life of Naya, when I've gone to Myers, which is like a Walmart store that's here in the Detroit area, I mostly go to, but even Walmart too, I'm seeing just, I mean, slews and slews of hand sanitizers. And like, I got a shelf in my basement. I must have probably like 15 or 16. I bought up of these Germex hand sanitizers. You know, there's the smaller bottles for your car and keeping around, but I mean, not real small, but good sized bottles. But the thing is, what I'm getting at is a lot of these businesses that have switched over. Okay, that's works out in the interim, meaning like from April to around now, and the demand is there for all this hand sanitizer, but it's a lot of people now are getting them. And the two major retailers, the two major manufacturers that have been making them well before this pandemic, Perel and Germex, two of the big companies, all their stuff is coming right back into the stores and people are going to it. So it's going to be tough for some of these smaller businesses to sell off these hand sanitizers. A lot of people are saying, I already got, like me, I don't need no more hand sanitizer. I probably got a freaking 2-year supply of it. And then there's all these other brands. So I don't know how long these small businesses are going to survive who switch over to the hand sanitizer. But if there becomes another spike like last March and April and that demand is there, then yeah, it's going to be a cash cow. Just my opinion. I could be wrong. Okay, anyway, let me check some more of the comments here. Buds, wow, yeah. It's kind of interesting because some people who fix stuff are still in demand, for example, like auto mechanics, or they call it auto technicians. I used to work at a car dealership years ago. They're in demand, but I have heard, this is just what I've heard though, is people who fix stuff like the carpenters and some of these electricians and stuff, they're really put on idle and hit financially hard. Okay, yeah, there might be, you still get some, and even plumbing, you get your residential customer base, but like I said earlier, all these retailers going out of business. Okay, and take for example the chain of all these Pure One stores. They're out of business and now they don't need that electrician. They don't need all these electricians to come in there. I had a friend of mine who was a painter. He used to go to Walmarts and other businesses. So they're going to be getting affected. They're not getting these jobs. When a lot of these business closes, it's like that trickle down effect where it affects a lot of different people, you know, and what you say, fixing stuff. So whether, I don't know exactly what you do, Buzz, but whether it's carpentry or like electrical or different things you fix, when you have a lot of these businesses going under, they're not going to be calling you up. I need it fixed. And a lot of these people now, if they're going on unemployment, which is not 100% of what their income was, they're cutting back. So if it's something that's not a must fix, you know, that has to be fixed, like let's say my freaking toilet's backed up and it can't flush, I got to get a plumber out. But if it's some other minor issue, let's say my bathroom and one of my bathrooms in the house not the vent fan, let's say one of the lights isn't working, and I'm on a budget. I might say, you know what, I can be just fine. I can get a table lamp, put it in the bathroom until I'm comfortable on my money before I call an electrician out to go check out my light. So yeah, like Buds, with you fixing stuff, but that's the bigger picture. What I'm getting at, everybody, is you get affected, and a lot of people get affected in different ways. You might be like, okay, I don't work for Pure One, I don't work for J.C. Penney, it don't affect me. I'll go shop on Amazon or I'll go to Walmart. But as more of these business close, it affects a lot of other people that are contractors that work, as well as it also affects that people cut back on their spending, just like what happened in 2008. Las Vegas took a big hit. People weren't traveling there. That's a whole nother topic right now too on the travel. A lot of luxury things like the golf courses, the hotels, people are bringing in that regular income. They're not going, like in Michigan, we have Gaylord, Michigan, where there's like a whole slew of golf courses up there, and they get a lot of people that go travel and vacation there. That's on the back burner probably for a lot of people, but they cut back on their spending. Anyway, let me get back to the chat. But yeah, Buds. Okay. Oh, on CBS News. Thank you. Let me go through a few more, and I'd like to talk on that for a minute. I really, really appreciate the comment, but I'm going to rant a little bit on the mainstream media. It seems like there are hitting small businesses more, and it hurts the bottom line. Hard to operate in the red. Yes, definitely. Small businesses are taking it really on the nose now. Their money to be made, specialization is private. Exactly. Oh, okay. Well, thanks for coming. I appreciate you coming in. Was it Declan's fan 2020, if I'm pronouncing it correctly? Oh, Jess Sorrel 23. Hello to you too. Hello. I'll do some more channel drops here in just a minute. Oh, go ahead. We love to rant. Oh, no problem. With the news anchor, I really appreciate that comment, man. That means more to me, a comment like that, than somebody coming in here saying, "Oh, I gave you 4 or 5 like." Man, that really means nice, that I'm doing a good job. But let me get my Red Bull here. My throat gets a little dry. Keeps me up, and then I got my Snapple. The news media. A big problem I have with it is that a lot of it is so biased, and it's either biased to the left or to the right, meaning like liberal or conservative. And I'm not even talking just Fox News and CNN. That's a no-brainer. But a lot of people like on the CBS News, or especially like ABC World News Tonight, NBC News, is they cherry pick what they want to tell you, and they won't give you facts and information that might contradict what they're trying to get across, with the news story. And a lot of times too, another thing I really hate, but I understand why it goes on, is like, let's say, for example, I'm a county commissioner. Okay. I live in Oakland County, Michigan, just outside Detroit. Let's say I'm the county commissioner and there's some issue going on with the county. So someone from the local CBS or ABC News comes out and they interview me for 6 minutes. And I say, okay, this is what's going on with regards to this contract and what's getting done. Let's say it deals with the roads, such and such with the roads. The news media typically will do this. They'll come in and they'll take that 5-minute interview where I explain in detail exactly where the tax money is being used and why it's being used for these roads. And, they'll come in and take that 5-minute interview and they'll narrow it down to like 1 minute. And what they'll do is they'll grab 2 snippets of what I said and take it completely out of contents. And people say, my God, that Ed, he is terrible. What in the world is he thinking? Because the freaking news media didn't put in or didn't discuss the second part of my 5-minute interview where I explained to them, okay, this is why all this money had to be spent. We had to close these roads. There's this major issue going on, but they're notorious for doing that. That's one of my issues, one of my issues I have with them, other than just the bias, right or left. But and a lot of times too is they're told what they can talk about, what they say. Everything gets pre-screened, a lot with the newscast. But a lot of it has become about ratings. They got to go with what's going to be sensational and how to put a twist on a story because it's about ratings and money and advertising. So anyway, let me get back to here, read some of the other comments. Okay, just do me one favor. Don't use the word subscribe. I appreciate you in my live. Just say I'm part of your place now, or I'm on your VIP list, and I'll get the gist of it. It's just that sometimes what YouTube does is if they pick up that word sub or subscribe, I got to say it slowly, otherwise I'll stutter it. But if they pick up that word, they'll view it as self-promotion or like spamming. So yeah, if you want to, say something like I'm part of your place now, info spot, or I'm part of your place, buds. And what you do too is you say, I'm on your VIP list. And what that means is I'm subscribed to your channel. But anyway, no problem. I appreciate you being here. I really do. I really do. Everybody in here. I bring up the topics and news and that, but I also want to be engaged with you guys on the chat. Without you, I don't have a live broadcast or a show. Yeah, that's one of the reasons. I'll get to that comment. Stay safe, everyone, from COVID-19. One of the things, if you watch some of my videos in the past, I say a lot in my videos, it's like my little tagline, but I also mean it, is stay safe and enjoy life. And I end my live broadcast on that note too. And especially rings true to me with the virus going around, stay safe and try to enjoy life, man. I mean, it's hard times on everybody in different aspects, whether you're a 16 or 17-year-old kid and you're being affected by this, not going to school and not used to your normal routine, or a lot of people that are out of work on unemployment, or even if you are working, you get affected because, hey, I can't do a lot of normal things like I used to do. For example, enjoy life. I really miss bowling, but I don't know if some of the bowling alleys are open around me in Detroit. Some might be, but it's just too high risk of a place to go into, like a movie theater. So it's one of those things that I'll just have to get through this like everyone else, and knock on wood that the day comes that this thing is over with, either through vaccine or, we beat this and it disappears and I can get back to normal life and I can go bowling again and enjoy that. But yeah, so that's why I say enjoy life, do the best you can to try to enjoy life. Not everything's going to be fair in life, and we're going to have those tough times, those bad times that go with the good times, just like you're going to have bad luck along with good luck. That's life. But I truly mean that. I say that a lot. Stay safe and enjoy life. And I try to say that at the end of each video I do in live broadcast. Anyway, let me get back to the chat here. Thank you for coming, Angela, Jess. Oh, thank you so much. You followed me. Okay, thank you. Yes. Let me read this comment from Buzz. I really like this. Absolutely. Life is short no matter. Enjoy what we have in the moment. Yes. The only thing I will say, though, is like, I don't try to live recklessly, like I'm day to day, and I want to live for tomorrow as well. But enjoy the moment, enjoy life, try your best. Everybody's suffering in one way or the other because of this virus, and different things we're going through. So yeah, I wish happiness upon everybody. I surely do. Yeah. Oh yeah. Great one. Let me get to my next topic here. I'm not sure if Donut Toys and Games is still here. SE Elevator, you're here. You live in California, so I'm going to read this, go through it, and I'd love to hear from you guys, especially in the California area. Where are we here? Boy, this is something else. California fires spread following air and spurring evacuations. Yahoo News, 8/21/2020. Now, I did a cut and paste from the actual article and put it in Microsoft Word because when I went to print it up, it said like 12 sheets and was all these advertisements and crap. So this is the actual news article from Yahoo News about California. Oh, thanks, Donut Toys and Games. Yeah, I'd love to hear from you and SE Elevator here on this because I know you guys are in California. All right, anyway, let's get to this. California fires spread following air and spurring evacuations. An aircraft dropped fire retardant on ridge during the Wall Bridge fire. I guess it's WAL, not two L's, bridge fire. Part of a larger LNU lightning complex fire as flames continued to spread in Healdsburg, California on August 20th, 2020. You're probably more familiar with this area. Anyway, thick smoke blanketed large areas of central and northern California on Friday as many people fled of the biggest fires in the state's history, which have raged largely uncontrolled through the week. One of the largest group of fires, dubbed the LNU Lightning Complex, has scorched nearly 220,000 acres. 220,000 acres on fire right now in California. Wow. Burned nearly 500 structures and forced the evacuation of tens of thousands of people. By midday Friday, and this just came out today, 8/21/2020 on Yahoo News, so this is today. Midday Friday, the fire which erupted on Monday is now the 10th largest in the state's history, was just 7% contained. So this fire going on right now in California right now is the 10th largest in the state of California history, and only 7% so far has been contained. Wow. Some of the fires in the complex threaten the famed Napa Valley and Sonoma area, regions which are still reeling from similar deadly blazes in recent years. Napa Valley and Sonoma, and I know Donut Toys and Games and SE Elevator, you know this. You live out in California. A lot of wine comes out of there. I mean, a lot of wine. It's big business, especially the wine business. I mean, probably the majority of the wines here in America come from those two areas, Sonoma and Napa Valley. Okay, anyway, let me finish this story. Officials said 5 deaths have been linked to the largest fires, more than 12,000 lightning strikes. 4 bodies were recovered on Thursday, including 3 from burned houses in rural areas of Napa County. So that's where the Napa Valley, Napa County is. A lot of wine comes out of there. About 119,000 people have been evacuated, with many struggling to find shelter. In the hesitation to go to centers set up by authorities because of COVID-19 risk. So let me go over this one more time. This is just not good. 119,000 people have been evacuated, with many struggling to find shelter, and they're hesitating to go to these centers set up by authorities because of COVID-19 risk. So, they're getting evacuated out of their houses and they have these shelters, but now that you have this COVID-19 risk, they have the concerns. So I want to be in a confined, populated area. Oh, wow. Anyway, let me finish this up. Almost done. Governor Newsom told reporters in an update Friday, which is today, that most of the fires are burning are unpopulated areas, and statewide have chewed through some 771,000 acres. So he's saying, Governor Newsom of California is saying that this fire so far has tore through 771,000 acres, an area the size of the state of Rhode Island, that this fire so far has gone through the California. And the other part of the article I was just reading, it's only 7% of this freaking fire has been contained. Wow. Not good, man. Not good. That sucks. I do know what's interesting with this is that my Red Bull is I watched that movie. It's really good. Smoke Jumpers. It was based off a true story. Sad ending, but if you ever heard the old term fight fire with fire, a lot of times that's what they'll do too. These wildfires that get way out of control, that they'll come back like a few miles from the fire, and they'll know where that fire, in the direction the fire is going, and they'll dig those like pits. And what the pit does is it cuts off, because fire needs three things: oxygen, fuel, and heat. Okay. So what fighting fire for fire it is you're taking away the fuel source. You're going to kill it. So they'll start a secondary fire, and they'll get the secondary fire to go in direction this way where the main fire is coming in here. And when they meet up and both them fires meet, whoosh, there's no more fuel source. They burn up all the trees, the ground, and nothing but dirt. And to keep the fire, the bigger fire, from surpassing the small fire, or if a wind catches it and tries to push it, that's when they'll dig those big trenches. And that way, if it goes past that fire, that they dig the trench and they try to cut off the fuel source. There was a really interesting story, especially with the African-American history, where the Buffalo Soldiers, the African-American Black Regiment of the Army, they went out and they did that fight fire with fire, and they stopped one of the major wildfires that was coming out west, and just something else. But wow, this is something big that's going on in the state of California, and I hope they somehow get this thing put out. But I only got two people on here now, but Donut Toys and Games, or SE Elevator 2000, if you're here, I'm just curious if you guys have anything to say about it, because I believe both of you are in the state of California. If you have anything to say about the fires out there. Oh, here we go. Thanks, Donut Toys and Games. Yep. Gotta save the wine up north. So you're Southern California, SoCal. Okay. Just some mini fires down here. Not too close to me, just a little ashy smoke smell. Okay, well, that's good. Know that you're safe. But yeah, I'm totally with you. That's a big, big industry, the wine industry in the. I have to Google it, but a big percentage, a large percentage, I should say, of the wine comes from that Sonoma and Napa Valley, big time. Oh, okay. Thanks, SE Elevator. I just wanted to hear from you two guys, because I know you guys live out in California. I'm just going off of right now. I just read here from the Yahoo News, just breaking the day about with these fires in California, and then just to talk a little bit about it. But, that was a crazy fire incident that I heard. Good thing that I stayed home. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's I'm sure you guys out in California, especially, like, I didn't get a chance tonight to watch ABC or NBC World News tonight, but I'm sure it's on there about these fires. And I remember some, previous big fires that have happened before in California. God, I can't remember, it was 5 or 6 years ago. They really, really had some bad ones down there. But yeah, not good. And from my understanding, I'm switching over my Snapple. I don't want to drink too much Red Bull. I won't sleep tonight. From my understanding, that with California, it's not always arson, but one big concern they have. Oh, thank you, Big King family. We're talking about these wildfires in California. I read an article from Yahoo News, It's the 10th biggest fire in the state history, Big King family. Big King family is in the state of Arizona, so I'm sure she's well aware of what's going on too. But it's affecting the wine big time. Oh, wow. Yeah, Arizona too. Well, this would apply to you as well, Big King family, is with these wildfires. What I've read before too on it is, yeah, arson sometimes does it, and sometimes it's intentional, sometimes it's like an accidental arson, where someone takes a cigarette butt on dry grass, or starts like a bomb pit fire, goes out camping and doesn't put it out properly. But when it gets real dry, that's when like lightning can hit a certain area and just catch it on fire when all that stuff is dry, as well as all it takes is someone who's careless, and they're driving down a road, or they're out on a nature hike and take a cigarette butt and boom, and it starts a fire, or some of these fire pits that has happened too. But it's these real dry conditions, and man, it's just like tinder. It'll just catch like that, because actually we did it back in middle school. We learned how to start a fire without a match and a lighter in my I think it was my earth science class. But anyway, it's just like in California, where I'm relating this to, using an analogy. You get that dry kindling, and then you take that little it's like a stick and a string, and you go back and forth, and you get that friction and heat. And it's the same thing too, like a magnifying glass. You get a good 100-degree day out, and you get that dry kindling, which is on the ground. I say kindling, it could be like just what's on the ground from like the how should I say, like the leaves in it, the grass. But anyway, with that, you put a magnifying glass on that, with that heat, it could just start up like this. And so sometimes, that's the big concern, dry conditions. Well, that's why they do that. Those signs, they put those signs up, like the fire potential signs, like high, medium, low risk, and wow, it's just sad. But yeah, I didn't know. So Arizona, Big King family, has some of these, the fires are going pretty big time out there, huh? I got a fun news article next. We'll get away from all the depressing stuff. I promise. I'm on my what is this? Oh, I got the raspberry iced tea Snapple. I tell you, when my channel starts to get a little bigger, I got to contact Snapple and say, hey, you got to sponsor me. Any rate, as I have my description, all the topics, the next one I have here is a pretty fun, good topic here. A new, I think I forgot to put this in there. Anyway, you got to hear about this. Pretty cool. I get this from the UPI website. A man sets a Guinness World Record for eating 107 blueberries in 1 minute. Yes, they should. Yes, they should, Big King family. Oh, thank you. Was it Schindler Elevator 2000? I'll just say SE Elevator 2000. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm watching it. I'll talk about that in just a second. Let me just finish this with the subscriber count. Something kind of funny to tell you and interesting too. UPI website does like all these offbeat odd news stories, as well as like funny news stories, and I always check there because I like to have some positive and good news, just as well as like, some of my stuff, it could be a little depressing and negative, with the news. So I like to try to get some, kind of good and interesting news in there, not just all doom and gloom. Okay, thank you. Oh, okay, thanks, McNicrum. Thank you. All right, anyway, a new Guinness World Record. Man eats 107 blueberries in 1 minute. Now, on the UPI website, this is the actual video. It kind of shows him doing it. But let me just read this short thing here. It's just kind of interesting about this guy. An Idaho man with a habit of breaking Guinness World Records added another title to his name when he ate 107 blueberries in 1 minute. David Rush, who has broken more than 150 Guinness World Records to promote STEM education. So I'm taking that's like stem cell research education, STEM education. Any rate, said the blueberry record required speed and precision, as the rules required him to only use one hand to pick up one blueberry at a time. So he could only use like his right or left hand, and you only pick up one blueberry at a time and eat it. So it's just, video. Oh, this talks about the video. It's on the website. Shows him finishing 107 blueberries in the 1 minute time period. Wow. 60 seconds in a minute, and he hit 170 blueberries in that time. The total was enough to beat the previous record of 96 blueberries in 1 minute, which was set by a British man in October of 2019. So this guy from Idaho ate 107 blueberries in 1 minute. That's fast, but it showed the picture. I didn't watch the video, but it had the picture where it's the table, and he's reaching down with one hand like to grab a blueberry, and his mouth is right there. So he must be like, boom, 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 eating blueberries. But wow, I don't know, 107. That'd be a great challenge video. How many blueberries can you eat in a minute challenge? Something. Something like that, because I see a lot of these challenge videos on food. I did one myself, by the way. It's on my channel, the Rocky Movie Challenge, which was a fun one. Anyway, let me check the chat here and welcome everybody in. Oh, you hate blueberries. I actually like blueberries. I just did a video recently, a drink review on this Smirnoff blueberry vodka, a flavored vodka. Yeah, I don't know. I could make an attempt, but yeah, it's the Guinness World Record. So you could do, but you only use one hand and one blueberry at a time. So you got to be able to get 108 in a minute. That's going to be tough. Okay, yeah, the grapefruit. All right. Each is to their own. There's certain fruits and vegetables I don't care for too much, and other people would love. But anyway, so I did that drink review on the blueberry vodka, and I've had before that Smirnoff vodka. It was raspberry or cherry, and they had a flavored vodka. But anyway, I was walking through the store at Myers again, and in the liquor aisle, they had all their different liquors and stuff set up. So I look, and I see this. It says blueberry vodka Smirnoff. And I'm like, wow, that'd be interesting. And anyway, I picked it up because one of my favorite things, blueberries I love, is blueberry pie, man. I love blueberry pie. That and apple pie are my two favorites. But yeah, anyway, I did the video. And what was so different about it than some of the other drinks, it reminded me almost like that Willy Wonka movie, but you drink it and it tastes like a regular vodka, like Sky or Absolute, just a regular vodka. But the minute it goes down, you get like an aftertaste of blueberries that come just rushing up your throat. And it's like, okay, now I get it. Where like a lot of drinks that are flavored, you taste the flavor once it hits your tongue and goes in. But this has like an aftertaste that hits you, but it's blueberries. And it was just different, and it tasted kind of good. But at any rate, yeah. So that's the new Guinness World Record, and you could do a challenge video on it. All you have to do is eat 108 blueberries in 1 minute, but you can only eat one blueberry. I mean, you can only pick up one blueberry at a time. So you got to probably have your mouth bent over the table and be real fast. If you want to watch the video, go on, it's UPI website. You could just type in on Google search funny news or odd news stories, and you'll pull up the UPI website, and you'll be in there. Yeah, they're great fun for sure. Oh, I got to do it. I got to do a challenge video and go for it. The one I did, let me get this last big story here. This is going to be real interesting to talk about rumors. Get a sip of my Snapple. What was it? My challenge video. That was it. I did the Rocky movie challenge, and in the very first Rocky movie. Oh, okay. Yeah. tell your husband I said hello. Definitely. Is it TK? I believe if I got it right. I watched his video and I liked it where he was in his truck and on his job and talking. And the Starbucks one. Yeah, the Starbucks one. It was a great video. Much love for you and your husband, man. The whole Big King family. You guys are awesome. You rock. Everyone else too. Everyone else too. Any rate, let me just wrap this up before we get into this fun story about rumors. The psychology of rumors. I got this and it's off from a book. But at any rate, on the first Rocky movie, the original Rocky movie with Sylvester Stallone, there's a scene in there where he starts to train for this fight against Apollo Creed. So as he gets up, he's in his bed in this little apartment, and it's got this old school alarm clock that goes off. Oh, hey Tina, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. As a matter of fact, Tina, I believe you have a degree in psychology or social work, and it's going to deal with my next topic here. But I'm finishing this up. So in the Rocky movie, the very first one, there's a scene, and it's on YouTube. Just type in Rocky movie eats an egg or something like that, and you pull it up, or egg scene Rocky movie. So Stallone gets up, and his alarm clock goes off. It's like 5:30 in the morning or 5 a.m. And he hits the buzzer and the bell on it, and he gets out of bed, and he's in his underwear, and he has like a sweater on, and he's half asleep, and he opens the refrigerator, and he pulls out a dozen eggs in a tray, and he pulls the glass, and he cracks an egg. Boom, boom, boom. And I think he put like 4 or 5 in the glass, and he takes that that glass, man, and he just swallows egg after egg, and he really does it in the movie scene. You see him, you get his throat and his Adam's apple taking these eggs down. But what I'm getting at is why, and they don't do it much nowadays because see, we have all these protein powders, like Muscle Milk is one of the protein powder brands, and there's a number of them. But you could take these powder mixes for people that are bodybuilders, boxers, whatnot, that work out. You'd be a football player, and you put the protein powder shake it and drink it. But back in the day, they didn't have all these protein shakes, like Muscle Milk and all that. So that is like a huge direct source of protein. You're working out. You take a couple eggs, you crack it in a glass, you drink it. Even if you do it now and you work out, it'll help you bulk up. It's still a great source of protein. But I just did one egg, and I thought of it. I said, this would make a fun challenge. And I actually had 3 or 4 people, and I gave them shout outs. They did the Rocky movie challenge. I had a couple in the young kids in the Philippines that did it, and they ended up throwing the eggs out, but I had some other ones that did it. But it's on my channel. You can check it out, but it's not that big a deal. It's more mind over matter. But that was the Rocky movie challenge. It doesn't taste too good. At first, it's like your gag reflexes, Tina. When you go to swallow the egg, your gag reflexes tend to tense up. So you just gotta like shut your eyes when you do it the first few times and relax your throat. But once it goes down, you don't feel good. But I'll tell you this about drinking an egg is oh, you don't like protein powder. I will say this is another benefit of actually drinking a raw egg. Like when you buy from the store, refrigerated eggs. When you do drink that and you go work out, it's one of those things. It'll keep you from getting hungry. I swear. You could be 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and if you don't have time to cook a meal or anything, you drink a couple raw eggs, you won't feel hungry for the next 5 or 6 hours. You'll feel filled up. You'll feel like you just had a huge lunch. So that's another benefit of it besides the protein. But at any rate, I got this article. It was from September 15th, 2015, and it's from this book. Let me get the book here first before I get into this. You guys are going to like this. Rumor Psychology. Rumor Psychology is the name of the book. It's an older book. Let me just bring this around. I'm going to change the light here, get a little more light on here. So if you give me 1 second, I'm going to change the light, and we're going to get into this. The psychology of rumors, 6 reasons why rumors spread. And what's the difference between rumors and gossip? Stick and stay. You're going to like this. There we go. Okay, I'm back. If you watch a lot of my broadcasts before, you know me, I've talked about it. My one light, I have it on a tripod and I really like it because I don't have to plug it in. But the only drawback is the battery is good for about an hour, a little over an hour, and then it starts to go low when I have it on full power. So I just swap out the battery. Anyway, let me get a sip of Snapple and get into this. You're going to like this. Okay. The psychology of rumors. Social psychic online website, but it's from this book. It's about this book here. Okay, here we go. Where is it? Okay, let's start by defining what we mean by a rumor in the same way social psychologists have. Okay, the information statements. Okay, they are information statements, a rumor. We're not talking about opinions that people share. Instead, rumors are meant to be informative. That's what they're meant to be. Information statements that are informative, but for the wrong reasons, and I'll get to that. They are in circulation. In other words, you have your own personal conspiracy theory that the moon isn't real. It's not a rumor if you never tell anyone. So what this is saying is, let's say you get somebody that says, yeah, I believe in a flat earth, but they don't talk about it because they know a lot of people will just, laugh at them and whatnot. They keep it to themselves. Well, that's not a rumor, but that's kind of the purpose behind it. I'll let me go further here. They are unverified. This is key. And I'm going to give you an example on YouTube, a rumor that was going around, especially with these lives. And I'm going to prove it right here shortly. They are unverified. So that's a key. A rumor is unverified. That is key. It says it right here. Okay. If I'm at a high school reunion and I try to spread the news that Jeff and Tina just had a baby, of course they did. That's not a rumor if Jeff and Tina posted a baby's picture on Facebook. Yes, it's informative and in circulation. But since it has been verified as true, it's not technically a rumor. So yeah, you could take something and you can share it around. Where is it here? Basically, you could put some information in circulation and talk about it to a number of people. But if it's a fact, it's a fact. It's not a rumor. And they're using that as an example. Let's say you go to a high school reunion and there's a couple people, Jeff and Tina, they're married. Okay. Let's say they were high school sweethearts, your 10-year high school reunion, and they just had a baby. That's not a rumor. Even if you go around telling everyone, putting in circulation, if it's a fact, it's a fact. Because keep in mind, when something is unverified, that's key in a rumor. Okay, here we go. Part 4. Finally, rumors are instrumentally relevant. They answer a question that people want answered because they feel it's important or significant. So that's a purpose too of a rumor, is it answers something that people feel is relevant or significant. But the key is it's been unverified. Okay. And I'll give you an example of a rumor here when I'm done with this regarding YouTube. If you're interested in how rumors are different than gossip, yes, we are. Okay. Well, this I'm going to read to you what the difference is between rumors and gossip. And I'm going to get right to the chat here. Yep. Where am I here? Okay. When it comes to gossip, psychologists have noted that gossip is more like a casual conversation about individual people. It's mostly for amusement or reinforcing standards of inappropriate behavior or to exclude certain people from a group. So that's kind of the main difference between gossip and a rumor. Is gossip is more directed at individual people, okay? Now, sometimes it could be towards like a group of people, like an organization, maybe, Again, rumors by definition are unverified. That's the key, unverified. Gossip could be totally verified, but it's being spread for more social reasons. not in order to understand an important and confusing situation. And where am I? Oh, where rumors are a little isolated information statements. Urban legends are more specific, specifically stories, complete with settings and characters and plots. The end goal of urban legend is to be a good story. Okay, now let me just go over this here. Okay, so the rumor, the key is what it's saying in here. The rumor is the key is it's unverified. Now I'm going to get into why people spread the rumors in just a second. Where gossip is more directed at individual people. So here's a great example I'll use as a difference. If you don't mind me using you, Tina. Now this is just an example. This is not true. Okay. Let's say I personally know Tina. All right. And I found out Tina had a miscarriage. And I tell people that know Tina, that know me, and I say, hey, just between us, Tina just had a miscarriage last year. Okay, so that is a fact. Tina did have a miscarriage. So that's not a rumor. It's not something that's unverified, but it's still gossip because that's personal business. And maybe Tina was nice enough and she felt confident enough in me, consoled me to tell me, hey, I had a miscarriage last year. That's why I'm having issues and whatnot. I'm having a little trouble. It still bothers me. But I go around telling everybody her personal business that she had a miscarriage, okay? So that's the difference between the gossip and a rumor is, okay, that gossip can be a fact and something true, but you're taking that information and spreading it. And there's reasons why people do it. Maybe I'm upset at Tina and it's a way for me to get back at her. Maybe I have some type of mental illness and it's like I can't keep nothing to myself and I want to tell everybody. There's a number of different reasons, but keep this in mind. The main difference between, you'll hear a lot, gossip and rumors is gossip can be fact. It can be true, but it's usually, I don't say usually, gossip is information that you're spreading to other people and others. And there's different reasons why you do it. And I'm giving an example of typical gossip. I'm gossiping about, let's say Tina had a miscarriage and that's something that I should keep to myself. Well, that's a lot of times what high school kids do, but even adults do it a lot, especially within work. Like, hey, I just wanted to tell you, I found out that Jerry over here, our supervisor, that he just had his car repossessed and he's got some serious issues going on. He just had to move in with his uncle and he took his house. And that might be all true, but why do I need to go spread his business? That's gossip. That's not a rumor. Anyway, but I just want to say too, Tina never had a miscarriage that I know of. I'm just using that as an example. All right, let me move on to this because the other good part to this, everybody, is why. The why. All right, here. If you've been paying attention, the primary function of a rumor is to make sense of something that is already unclear. Rumors help explain confusing elements of the world. And it goes on about his book. It says here too, in the last several years, there's been a renewed interest in the psychology of rumors. Ooh, interesting. Okay. All right. Now let me get to this part here. And then we'll talk about this. Okay. This is why people spread rumors. Oh, hello. Thank you for coming. Kate's Kitchen and More. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. I'm going to do some channel drops here shortly so we can network. Okay, here we go. People spread rumors when there is uncertainty. Now, these are different reasons why, in general, people spread the rumors, misinformation. When I say misinformation, unverified information. That's the key difference between rumor and gossip. All right. Number one here on the list, people spread rumors when there's uncertainty. It's when we don't already have a firm grasp on how or why things are happening in the world that rumors start to spread. That's part of the reason why people spread rumors when there's uncertainty. Number two, people spread rumors when they feel anxiety. Oftentimes, uncertainty breeds anxiety. We like to have a clear sense of the world and we get anxious when we feel uncertainty and anxiety I have a hard time pronouncing this word, anxiety, anxiety, on its own have been linked to rumor spreading. So anxiety is another reason why people spread rumors. Let me just check the chat here. Isn't a round Earth a rumor because most people have never been to space? I'll address that question in just a second, McNichram. Okay. People spread rumors when information is important. Okay. Here, as much as you might be dying to talk about the rumor you heard about a company you work for, I probably don't care a ton. So basically what they're getting at, I want to read in this whole thing. People spread rumors when information is important. So let's say that someone spreads a rumor that you're at a job. Here's a great example. There's going to be some layoffs. All right. But the Joe Blow, let's say some supervisor, is just spreading that rumor because of something that he saw or witnessed, and he feels, you know what, I think there's going to be layoffs because so-and-so was doing this, or so-and-so was in so-and-so's office, and they'll spread that rumor like, hey, you know what, I think there's some layoffs coming on the way. But that individual who spread that rumor, there's going to be layoffs, doesn't know for a fact that there is going to be layoffs. He never was told by anybody who was high up in the food chain, like some executive. He never saw any documentation of it. He's just going off of something he saw, and he's spreading a rumor that there's going to be, layoffs within the company. So that'd be an example. Again, it's unverified. It's not verified. Now, the gossip would be is, let's say someone walks by, human resources director's office, and they overhear a conversation and say, yeah, we're looking at probably laying off 10% of our workforce. We have some restructuring to do, and it hasn't been officially announced. So that would be the difference. It's been verified. He heard it from the HR human resources manager's mouth, and that individual spreading it, and it's a fact, but it's gossip. They're spreading that because it hasn't been out. So anyway, I got just a couple more things here, and we'll get into this. Okay, cool. Kate Kitchen and more. People spread rumors when they believe the information. Let's face it. If you hear a rumor that you think is completely ridiculous, you probably won't find yourself on a mission to spread the information far and wide. So if people believe it, then they'll tend to spread that rumor. Plenty of research has shown that people often want to feel good about themselves, but one way people can do that is through rumor spreading. People might come to you as one who is especially informed, meaning that if I spread a rumor, let's say that's my example, I'm spreading a rumor that there's going to be layoffs in the company and whatnot, that'll make me feel good because now I'm going to have people within the company, a lot of them be like, hey, Ed, my name is Ed. Some of you know me, you might not, but my name is Ed. Any rate, is what they're saying here in this article is it helps their self-image. That makes me feel good because now I'm going to have a lot of people come up to me like I'm actually some supervisor or manager or somebody important, be like, hey, there's been a lot of talk that this or that's going to go on. What do you know on that? Because I already spread a rumor a week earlier. So now people will be looking to me, and that helps my self-image. Like now I feel important. So that's one other reason they have listed why they spread rumors. And it says here, another way rumor spreading can boost self-esteem is when the rumor is about another group. Ooh, interesting. Anyway, yeah, I found that kind of interesting. I'm sure Tina knows a lot more in this. She has a degree, Tina, if you don't mind me saying this, in psychology or social work, I believe it is. Tina, your degree is in. And yeah, this was real interesting. And I'm going to tell you, let me get to the chat and I'll give you an example of a rumor that's been spreading around on YouTube Live. Kate Kitchen and more. Hello to you too. Hello. Thank you for coming. Kate's Kitchen and more. Okay, let me address this. Isn't round Earth a rumor because most of us have never been in space? All right, but here's the thing, McNichram, with that. That's a fact, but the science proves the Earth is round. as well as just simple things from like a plane, and travel, when you go from one end to the other, as well as you could go right now if you want, McNigram. NASA's got a YouTube channel from the International Space Station where it's so many miles above the Earth, showing the actual Earth itself. Another one is the country of Japan. They have got a like a rover on the moon right now, and they show live images, like video feed of this rover on the moon, and it shows how Earth looks from the moon. So, I mean, these are just a few things I bring up. So, yeah, science can prove, gravity and how the Earth is round and whatnot. But yeah, some of the flat earthers, I believe that's what they call themselves. That's one of the things they use, that, oh, we've only had so many actual film footage of the Earth being round and whatnot. But anyway, that's my answer to your question there in the chat. Oh, okay. All right, Big King family. Thank you for coming. Yes, thank you for coming. Oh, before I forget now on this topic, with the rumor, and I'm going to give you an example on the YouTube Live. All right. And remember, the key is unverified, and I'm going to prove it to you. Anything could be edited and faked. I just say this because I've never been to space. Oh no, you don't have to shut up. I don't mind. I'm all for good discussion. I mean, what kind of live broadcast host would I be when people contradict what I say? Say, well, what about this or what about that? That borders line on the communism theory. Like, be quiet. This is what I'm saying. So no, I'll answer that. Is what I did say too, McNigram, is I'm not just stating one source. Okay. So like, let's say all my sources on the Earth being round just comes from the Apollo missions, and that's it. Like the photographs and everything. That would be a valid point. But like I said, you got the rover on the moon that the country of Japan landed there, and it's showing us pictures of Earth. You've got the International Space Station giving us live feeds and pictures. Here's another example. The rovers that have been on the planet of Mars, they have got pictures of Earth in the distance, how Earth looks from Mars. What about Voyager 1 and Voyager 2? They've taken several photographs, of Earth, as well as the science of proving of gravity. The theory of gravity. It's a fact. It's proven. Wait, I don't know. Wait, now I don't know what the Earth is. For all I know, Earth could be a damn triangle. Well, my response to that, McNigram, is simply this: not science and facts prove that the Earth is round. Now, it is a fact, though, the Earth is not completely round. But that gets into a whole nother topic. But the flat Earth, science and facts prove us wrong. And I'm not just saying that. I'm giving you examples why to back up my argument why the Earth is round. And I think you believe it as well, but you think like me sometimes, like, okay, you say something, prove it to me. Here's my argument to that. Not all pictures and photographs, because there's just too many different sources. Like I say again, McNigram, if my only source was NASA's Apollo missions, let's say that the Earth was round, and I'm just going off those alone. But I'm giving you the country of Japan, the rover on the moon, that's given video feed as well as pictures of the Earth. All these different rovers that have been on Mars, Voyager 1, Voyager 2, the science of how they prove gravity is true. So, I mean, that'd be my argument to what you're putting in there. Hey, there we go. But that to me is great conversation. So like when I give out an opinion, I don't mind it. Challenge me all you want. Maybe I'm wrong, but say, okay, Ed, you said this is your opinion. Now prove it to me. Tell me why. And that is great conversation. The only thing I don't feel is great conversation is when you have a debate or an argument and it gets personal. That happens a lot with politics. Someone could bring up without getting into. Okay, I'll use this as a non example. The gun control, gun rights debate. Okay, is if I come in here and I tell you why I'm for gun rights and the Second Amendment, and someone will go, back and forth. Okay, well, give me an argument why you believe in gun control, different, facts, statistics, whether it's good common logic. I'm all game for that if that's our topic. The only thing and I'm using this as an example, the only thing I won't be down with is when you start making it personal, like you call me a dumb idiot, or, you're just a fool who's been sheltered in Detroit too long. You don't know squat and blah, blah, blah. When people make it personal and attack me personally, that's when I'll end the conversation. But I'm always open to fair debate and say, hey, prove it to me. This is your opinion. Or saying, okay, hey, you got this opinion on such and such issue. What about this? What about that? What about? No problem, man. So, yeah, that's cool. Oh, okay. I might get into that a little later. This is what I wanted to say, wrapping up the topic on rumors and gossip, and give you an actual example of YouTube Live. I mentioned this, I think, once or twice before on some previous lives back, but a rumor floated around on YouTube Live. It said, don't use emojis. That's a lot of people are coming on that were, I don't say a lot, but there's some people saying, don't use any emojis. That's viewed as spam now. Don't put any emojis in. Okay. Now, the actual YouTube community guidelines doesn't even state specific words in there, and they don't state anything about emojis. And when I did ask YouTube I was a YouTube video off the YouTube channel. I asked them a question regarding capital letters and numbers. And she said, I believe it was a lady, but anyway, YouTube responded back to me with this. Okay. They said, hey, I can't get into specifics because it will help people who are going to be using this for the wrong and unintended purposes, as far as when it comes to what's allowed with capital letters and numbers. But if you please review our self-promotion and spamming policies and false engagement policies in our YouTube community guidelines. And they won't give out that specifically, but it's pretty common knowledge, meaning that it's been verified by several people that if, let's say, you keep posting the same thing like, oh, check out my channel in the chat, that's going to be picked up as spam because you're doing something repetitively and putting that same thing. It's also viewed as a self-promotion. And the word subscribe, YouTube does specifically state that it is against their policies to engage in sub for sub. So that's why you avoid the word subscribe. But actually, you can use the word subscribe, and depending on what the contents of how that word is used in a sentence, you can, I'm trying to think of an example, but you can use the word subscribe in a sentence. It's just the contents of, but you want to avoid that because sometimes what YouTube has is an automated system, and sometimes it doesn't matter. You're on the defense. They'll pick it up as spam, and now you have to file an appeal, and you have to say, no, this word subscribed was used in a different contents. Like, let's say I make mention of like, hey, Jake Paul, here's an example. I'll use this as an example where you can use the word subscribe in a chat and it's not considered spam, self-promotion, or false engagement. Let's say I go in this chat right now and I put in there breaking YouTube news. Jake Paul is just broke 100 million subscribers and he won this YouTube award. I think he's around 20 million. But if I put in the chat, Jake Paul, who's a really famous YouTuber, that he got X amount of subscribers and he just got a big award for it and it's big YouTube news. Now, that's not used in the contents of spamming, false engagement, or self-promotion. But you want to avoid that word subscribe, because sometimes YouTube will pick it up anyway. And you got, but getting back to what I'm talking about with rumors, okay, there was a stupid rumor going around that said, and I've seen it on previous lives, oh, don't use no emojis, don't use no emojis, no emojis, no emojis. That, and they're so afraid, the paranoia went out that now using an emoji could be considered spam. Well, the only thing, it's how an emoji is used. Okay, emojis are set in that system by YouTube itself. Who do you think put those in there? It's not like I'm going on my Dell laptop computer and putting in emojis myself. I'm grabbing them right off of YouTube. YouTube put them in there for people to use. It's how it's used. Okay, so if you put in 6 or 8 comments in the live chat in a row with 5 emojis, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, that could be viewed as spamming. You're repeatedly doing the same thing and you're using all these same emojis. Okay. So there was, thank you, McNikram. But there's still some people on YouTube, and I actually, like McNikram challenged me. I challenged a lady. She was over in the Philippines or, South Korea. I forget which one it was. So I'm watching this live, and I come in there, and a lot of times when I enter live, I said something first, like hello and that. So I gave her live a thumbs up. And you know what I did? I gave the thumbs up emoji, and right after it, I typed in for your live, meaning, hey, I liked up your live. You're doing a great job. So she responds back, I got to remove that. No emojis are allowed. That's against YouTube policy. So no problem. I removed it. Then I challenged her on it. I'm like, did you read that from the YouTube website? Can you tell me or show me that policy? Where are you getting this information from? McNikram, I can't remember if that's her name. I know she was in the Philippines or South Korea. I think I'm friends with her. This was about like late July, as I was scrolling through my feed looking at like the lives one night. So at any rate, I challenged her on it. I says, can you tell me and show me the YouTube policy where it says no emojis? And then my next sentence was, where did you get this information that emojis are considered spam or against a YouTube policy? And her response to me was on the live, oh, well, that's what some people were saying, and that's what I've been hearing. So I don't use them in my chat. And it's just like I use this as my exaggeration. I had a thrombone went, oh, because I'm thinking, you idiot, you idiot, you. I hate to be a little personal, but this is what I'm thinking. You idiot, you. Go off of what is fact in information. Don't go off of what people tell you or what you hear, So when you hear someone say, oh, you can't use one emoji, no emojis at all in the chat, you're going off of what a bunch of people tell you. Would you do the same thing if a bunch of people said, you know what, it's really a great rush if you can go on a 10-story building or higher and jump off that sucker, man? It's a rush. You'll never have an adrenaline rush like that in your life. Would you be dumb enough to go jump off a 10-story building because someone said it's a great adrenaline rush? So it's like, before you do your live and you come on and you start like, oh, no emojis, all you're doing is you're going off of all this gossip, not gossip, I'm sorry, all these rumors you're hearing. And it's nothing more than a freaking rumor. You can use an emoji, you can use 2 emojis, or 3. It's how they're used that it becomes a problem for YouTube why? Because I'm going off YouTube community guidelines. And the 3 things are the 3 major things: false engagement, self-promotion, and spamming. Me coming on someone else's YouTube live and going in their chat and giving them a thumbs up or a smiley face, there's nothing wrong with that. You idiot, you, because who do you think put them there? That's YouTube. YouTube has the emojis to use in the chat. And if you took half as much time to research and learn what the facts and the information are directly from the YouTube website, you can go read their community guidelines instead of you're probably surfing through 3 or 4 other lives of people spreading these stupid rumors. So that's my little rant and my example on my topic here. I got all the papers bunched together. Here it is. Right here. The psychology of rumors. And I believe why that rumor is being spread is simple. It's the paranoia and the fear. It's like, oh my God, make sure we don't do this. It's the same freaking thing with a capital letter. You can use some capital letters. Now, if you put in a message that's all capital letters and you do that time after time, it's not always just doing it time at time, but if something is all caps, that can be viewed as like spamming. But me, let's say, putting in a message in the live chat and I respond to McNikram like, yeah, I've been to Columbia, South Carolina. It's a beautiful place. And I use a capital C and I use a capital S and another C. There's no YouTube policy against it. You ain't going to get hit for that. But what I'm saying this is an example of a rumor. And a rumor is something that is unverified. You idiot, you. Did you bother to check the YouTube community guidelines on the website and verify this? Okay, so let's say you hear this from 5 other live chats, people doing it. All it takes is one person who has a bunch of people following them and coming in their chat to spread that rumor. And thank you, McNikram. Man, you are awesome. You are on the ball tonight. That's why I'm so happy you're one of my moderators. I'm telling you, all facts. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But I'm going to wrap this up, this little rant. But take the time when you hear something and say, okay, is that unverified? Let me take a half hour and go through, and I'm involved, a YouTube creator. Let me take the time and go in the YouTube community guidelines. Let me actually look. Okay, so 3 other people I listened to live, let me check on this. And I'll even say this. I'll even use me as an example. So you hear me say this on my late night show right now about on emojis. You can use emojis, you can use capital letters. It's just you can't use them in that. If you don't believe me, no problem. I'm not offended one bit. Go on the YouTube website and the community guidelines and take the time. But that's what happens. And I'm using this as an example of an actual rumor that went around that's a bunch of BS. It was unverified, so people hear this person say it, that person say it, that person say it, and what do? Oh, you can't use an emoji. You can't use a capital letter. Oh, you can't do this. You can't do that. And they probably didn't take 1 red cent of their freaking time to read the YouTube community guidelines. So anyway, I'm just using this as a little rant I had, but this is a great example of a rumor. Now, a gossip is verified information. It could be a fact, but it's stuff that you're spreading. As well as gossip could be used. You're mad at somebody, so you know something about them. So now you start spreading a rumor. Anyway, I thought you guys might find that a little interesting, this article I got here on the psychology of rumors. There we go. I'm just moving it so you can see it in here. And McNikram, loneliness was a topic idea, a suggestion you had. I will look into that tomorrow. I don't know if Tina's still here or she's listening. I got 3 people in. Christina Vlog. She goes by the name Tina. She has a degree in that social work and psychology. And she'd be a good one to get with too, because she does some long lives. And believe me, she knows her stuff with psychology and social work. But I'll do a little research and digging on my own. So far I see it's kind of bouncing 2 to 3, and I saw 5 to 6, Oh, thank you, Kate's Kitchen and More. Yes, thank you so much. Let me get a drink of my soda. I'm going to jot some names down in just a second here. How do I feel about Trump? Unfortunately, McNikram, if we had a private conversation off YouTube, I would tell you. The only thing I'll say on that, because I try to avoid the politics again, there's things I like about President Trump, and there's some things I don't like about President Trump. So that's as far as I'm going to go. I try to avoid the politics, especially on Trump and Obama, and or Trump and Biden right now. I will speak briefly on politics if it deals kind of with my topic. And I've touched on social issues like I discussed. I don't know if you were in my live, McNikram, when I talked about the statues being torn down and I gave my opinion on that. Oh, sure. Yeah. Yep. Like I say, that's as far as I'll go. I'm not going to this is just my own choice. It's not saying it's right, wrong, or indifferent. It's just my own choices. I want to avoid the politics, especially with the Trump and Obama. I mean, I'm sorry, Trump and Biden. Right now, we know there's an election going on. I will do some political talk too if it's nonpartisan. For example, I did do a video a while back, McNikram. If you haven't watched it, if you want to learn something real interesting, maybe you already know about it, so I don't want to insult you. But I did a great video about the Electoral College versus the popular vote. And I also present a solution that's not being talked about in the mainstream media. But what I'm doing is I'm giving the facts about why there's Electoral College, the history of it, as well as giving facts. And I give my opinion with the popular vote. And that's a heated debate because the 2016 election and the 2000 election, both those elections were won on the Electoral College. And anyway, if you watch this video, what's interesting, you're going to take away some stuff, McNikram, from it. And when this election heats up come like October, November, you're going to hear people talk on this. And you'll be like, oh, you're talking out your rear end right now because what you're saying is not true. It's not a fact. What does... Oh, nonpartisan? Is that what you mean? Just give me a thumbs up or say yeah. Is that what you're asking about, McNikram? Nonpartisan? Because that's okay, yes. Nonpartisan means that I'm not favoring Democrats or Republicans or liberals or conservatives. Meaning that, let's say I do it on the topic of Electoral College and popular vote, meaning it's not a political topic or subject that's, partisan. Like, let's say I do hypothetical, strictly hypothetical. Let's say I do a video on why I'm pro-choice or I'm pro-life. Okay. That becomes partisan, because if, let's say I did a video like this is why I feel we should be pro-choice and blah blah blah, that's where the liberals / Democrats are pro-choice, or vice versa. If I gave an argument, hey, this is why I'm pro-life, why we all need to be pro-life, that's partisan, being conservative and Republican. This I do where I'm not favoring one side or the other as far as liberal conservative. I'm just giving out the information and facts about the Electoral College and the popular vote. And I do give my opinion on it, and I give a possible solution, because there's a big debate and argument. You have a lot of people in America that say, hey, we need this Electoral College. These are the reasons why it's put in place, why it's still important today. Then the other side says, well, you're not really getting the true vote. Yeah, I'm not going to get into that either, because that becomes partisan issue. And then it's not, I'll say this, the pro-choice, pro-life isn't like my biggest issue, but I am on one side of it as far as being pro-life, pro-choice. I don't want to get into that, but I'm just using that as an example of a topic that becomes partisan. If I did pro-life, pro-choice, clearly. I did speak on one that was slightly partisan with global warming, and my opinion on that was it was more conservative than liberal. I'm one of my past live broadcasts about global warming. Any rate, Oh, I want to write down some channels here because what I'm going to do tonight for people who are in the live and showed up, I'm going to grab some of your and put in my community center playlist, as well as I'm going to watch some of your stuff. I didn't get time. I'm gonna work on it tomorrow to finish it up and try to get a Price is Right game for us for tomorrow night when I have my broadcast. But I'm gonna just make some notes here. Let me take off my glasses because I'm gonna just go through here so I can see well, and I'll just squint my eyes so that light's not in it. Mick Nikram, I'm gonna grab one of your things, put it in my community center playlist. Kate's Kitchen, I got you, man. Kate's Kitchen. Okay, who else do we got in here that was in here for a while? Oh, Big King Family, yep. Big King Family. Give me just a second, guys. I'm making my list right here. It's kind of chicken scratch, but I'm going to grab one of your videos, put it in my community center playlist. Just as a way of me saying thank you and appreciate you coming. Christina Vlogs. I'm going to grab one of your videos here and put it in my community center playlist. Big King Family. Oh, Donuts and Toys. Okay, yep, you were, yeah. Donuts and Toys. Okay. I got two people in here. All right. I got McNikram, Kate's Kitchen, Big King Family, CV Logs, Donuts and Toys. If you are not one of these channels I just mentioned, one more time slowly, McNikram, Kate's Kitchen and more, Big King Family, CV Logs, Donuts and Toys, Oh, Life of Naya. And you want me to grab one of your videos and put it in my community center playlist and do a little watch party on your channel. It's easy as this. All you have to do is put it in my chat, say hello, or I'm here, give me a thumbs up, anything, and I'm going to put you on the list here. Let me get back to the chat here. I'm pro-choice. How about you? Oh, feminism? Yeah, that's a good question. With feminism, McNikram, I'm trying to think. I know how I feel on this. I just want to word this right. I am about women's rights, okay? And women have an equal opportunity as men. But I do believe some of the feminism stuff becomes hypocritical and they go too far. Now, in regards to women's rights, like one of my criticisms of some of the Middle Eastern countries, and this is a fact, women are treated as property in some of these Middle Eastern countries, and they don't have the same rights like we do in Canada, in America and in Canada and other countries such as that. For example, it was just recently in Saudi Arabia that women were allowed the right to drive an automobile. In some countries, and it's not just Middle East, there's other countries too, where women don't have rights, where when they're married, the husband can beat them and say, if they call the police, they say, sorry, that's your husband. If that's how he wants to, do what he can do what he pleases. So yeah, I am for women's rights. In another example I'll use with the military, it was just recently that there were some women that went through the U.S. Army Ranger School and actually made it. There's not many that can physically do it, but there are some women that can make it through, like Army Ranger School. As far as women being able to do some things like the Navy SEAL, being a Navy SEAL, that like that G.I. Jane movie, that's going to be a tough one. Who knows? There might be a day there comes. But wrapping this up, yeah, I'm for women's equal rights, but I feel sometimes the feminism movement, some of the stuff that they talk about and want becomes hypocritical, and they take it to an extreme, like some other groups. But anyway, that's my best answer I can give to you on feminism. But let me get this: women and men are equal in terms of written down rights in America. Now they are, but not always, though. But there's a lot of things that's in our past, and people will say, "Oh, this wasn't always the case." For example, women didn't have the right to actually vote till what was it, the 1920s or just before the 1920s? In some states and areas, if this was like, let's say, the early 19, like 1905, 1910, some places women didn't have that right to vote. So now, yes. But, that gets into a whole nother topic too. Like, I'm glad our country has a constitution and bill of rights in that, but when it was drafted and put out, it didn't apply to minorities and women. Some of the certain rights didn't. So, yeah, I understand where that argument comes in historically, but we're in 2020 and a lot of what was historically isn't now. I'm not saying to forget history. It's important to understand and know history and embrace it. I'm one. I don't sit here and want to talk like, we're living in 1950 pre-civil rights, or we're living in 1910, when women didn't have all the rights. But anyway, yeah, on that, as far as women's rights. Okay, but this is the present. Why are they complaining about the past? They can't change it. Yeah, true. Now, there's a little bit to that where now I'll give both sides of this. Let's say you probably have heard McNichram people talk about reparations for the African American community, okay, for the wrongs that have happened in the past, and because they weren't given opportunities in the past is why it's hard for them now to, they're not on that level of like where the wealth is in general. Okay. In general, meaning like you could take all the major sports owners, like NBA, MLB, NHL. And I think there's only one or two minority owners, like the Jacksonville Jaguars, that guy's from Pakistan. He's a minority type owner, but here's the other side of the argument, okay, with the past, and I'll get more into this. Look at, for example, take some people, Oprah Winfrey, one of the richest women in America, okay? Condoleezza Rice, very successful woman with government. Even she was a head political science professor for years out at Stanford University. Coleman Powell came in the military as an officer, worked his way up to one of the Secretary of State. Okay, so if people who talk like the past is the present and say that, okay, today, this is where I did say this, and I'll stick by my guns with this. Yes, on the issue of race, there is racist people in America. There are some racist groups. Is America in whole racist? And I argue no. And I'll cite those examples right there, that our country is not racist, because if our country as a whole was racist, you would not see someone, let's say, like Oprah Winfrey, who is one of the wealthiest women in America, have the success and the opportunity she had. She would not have her own cable channel, her magazine be worth millions of dollars. I'd even taken a step further. If America was, let's say, racist as whole, as some people want to argue it's a racist country, then explain this to me. Why do we have equal opportunity employment laws? Why is there affirmative action in a lot of colleges and universities to help minorities, and as well as, and it's not just blacks, okay, minority could be women, Hispanic, so forth like that. But I'm using this in the contents that I say our country as whole, where we are today, is not a racist country. That is a bunch of nonsense, in my opinion. Okay, I'm not saying I'm right, you're wrong, but I'm giving my opinion and I'm backing it up. Why? Okay. And I do acknowledge there's racist groups and there's racist people. I'm not going to argue that fact. I got into this when on this subject with the statues. But where I'm getting with this was your comment, McNichram, and I'll get back to the chat here, is you made an interesting comment where you talked about people. And that's one problem, is I view a lot of people that speak like this, and they got the right to. We all have freedom of speech, but I also have a freedom of speech too, to criticize what someone says or a group says. Okay. That I, again, embrace history, and history is important, but I don't live in the mentality of a victim in the past. And the argument that our country is a racist country, I just given my reasons why I feel it's not a racist country. And yes, bring up the history, and that's fine. But to say that what was once then is how things are now, and to say that you're a victim now in the present because of something that happened well before the 1960s, I'm sorry, hasn't been really proven to me. Other than I will say, and there is a valid point to this, that the 1% of the wealthy in America, up on that echelon, is mostly Caucasian. Okay, and that's a fact. That's a fact. All right, so there's no debate on that. Not saying it's bad. Shouldn't have any white guilt on that. Okay, but is part of that attributed to minorities that were not allowed opportunities years past? Because if you look into it, take, for example, the Ford family, Ford Motor Company. Okay, that wealth and what they have has been passed on to years back from Henry Ford. How much opportunity was there in around 1914 for a minority to really get that successful and get a business going? How was there that much opportunity for minorities way back then to get into these schools like Harvard, Princeton, Brown, where a lot of the successful people and CEOs have gone? President Barack, and I'm using this for this subject, President Barack Obama and Michelle Obama both went to Harvard. Michelle Obama went to Princeton. Would that opportunity be afforded to a minority in the 1930s or the 20s? Very, very few, if any. So I get that argument, and I'm using this is this argument's been brought up that because of opportunities and a non-fair playing field that wasn't offered to minorities years ago does have some effect today. Okay, but I also look at it in this aspect that today there are very successful minorities here in America, and that our country as a whole is not a racist country, and there is the opportunity and success. So the argument when someone tells me, oh, I'm a victim because I'm a minority, I'm not buying that. Now I will buy it, like I said, as far as there is a problem when the 1% of that really upper wealthy is just Caucasian. But it's not always for that fact. And I'll give you this point, okay? Bill Gates. No argument, Bill Gates is one of the wealthiest people. But how did Bill Gates get there? It wasn't like he was given white privilege. No, Bill Gates was a very innovative person, and he broke through and got the internet started, okay? And Microsoft and the company on the ground back in the early 90s, and became so wealthy off of that. And he's built upon that. Had nothing to do with Bill Gates' skin color. Had nothing to do with him getting white privilege. Hey, I try to see things the way they are, and different sides of the argument. And again, if anybody's watching this live, I got two people on here, but at a later time and date, this is just my opinion. Don't get mad. Don't get really upset and work and heated up. If I say some things you don't like, you don't agree with me, it's America. I'm just one person on a YouTube live broadcast right now with two people. So, hey, let me get to the chat. I don't want to ignore you. You got me going, but Micron brings up some good stuff. I tell you. Okay. And every race can be racist. I'm a black male, and we can say racism is not just black versus white. That's true. That's true. Let me get a sip of this. You can be white Caucasian and be a victim of racism. You can be Asian American. Let's say that your parents come from Vietnam or China. You can be a victim of racism there as well too. Depending where you're at and what the situation is. That's true. That is true, McNigram. Yes. My only thing, I went on my little rant. I went over it once before in regards to the topic of statues and what you brought up. And you might agree with me. Fine. If you don't, you don't. No big deal. We're just having good conversation. And I'm just backing up my opinion. This is why I have my opinion. That I feel America, my country that I live in and I like and I love. Shoot, the logo for my channel is the American flag. I'm a veteran. I love my country. Not everything is perfect. Not everything's right. I brought up this point before. I will take the problems that come with their constitutional rights before I'd be willing to give it up to, you know, try to alleviate and stop a problem. But that's another topic. So anyway, yeah, that's all. You know, that's how I feel, and I gave up the different reasons why I feel America in a whole is not this racist country. I get so irritated when I hear some people just say that. You know, maybe you've been, and that I understand. Maybe you've been a victim of racism, and that's where you have your opinion. Well, I'll tell you this story. True story. Ex-girlfriend of mine, Tracy was her first name. She was black. Okay, we dated for a while. We went to a CVS drugstore. We go in the CVS drugstore, and I've been with her long enough to know when she's really bothered, and she's a very just caring, easygoing, non-confrontational woman. Okay. At any rate, she came up to me and she was kind of like, you know, like I'm trying to do it on the live, but she was shaking a little bit. She handed me something, a lip gloss or balm, and I said, hey, no problem, I'll get it. I had a few things in my hands. What happened was, I found out when we left, I said, what is bothering you? You know, when I got to speak to her car, there was some security guard inside that CVS store. And he was like one of these plainclothes guards, or he was some employee. I'm assuming he was one of these loss prevention officers. But when she would go, she was noticing that he would kind of follow her, but, you know, not too close. And he was like, you know, his eyes were following her where she was going, like, and she was being watched. Now, why was she being watched? It was nothing that she did. Okay, I get it if someone's actions, they do something out of ordinary and a loss prevention officer is following them around. Why was he following around? Because she was black. It was simple as that, you know. But it's one of those things, too. You learn from different things in life where, yeah, you learn when you go to school and through textbooks. You learn from when you read, you know, whether it's Time Magazine, it's the Wall Street Journal. You also learn in life from life's experience different things. Okay, I know this type of stuff goes on, but then it also is a good learning experience. Okay, it was someone I know close to me that this happened to. Now, does that mean every CVS drugstore has a bunch of racist people working there? No, that could have been just a racist individual who profiles minorities when they come in there, you know, and it don't matter who the hell you are. You could be a cardiologist for all God's sake, and this idiot would still follow someone around because they're Hispanic or they're black or whatever, you know. It's a bad thing, but that's one of those life's experiences you also learn from too, you know, and that's something I learned. Um, oh, okay. But anyway, I'm checking the chat here. Yeah, you can't generalize a group ever. You know, McNitram, I got this saying, and it just comes from my own life's experiences, and some other people may have said this. Good and bad people come in all colors. Same thing with races, religions, you know. Um, there's good and bad people, and I just simply put it as this: there's good and bad people in all colors, you know. And that's where you don't want to get judgmental. You know, it's like, I'll say this as a rant. This is something else that I don't like. I know why it's said, and it's not the biggest deal, but I'm going to tell you why I don't like it. I know McNicrum and Life of Naya, you're going to know what I'm talking about. You ever hear when people say my peoples? Like, oh, take the George Floyd incident. I see a lot of people on social media. Oh, there they are. Law enforcement killed another one of my peoples. Okay, I understand what you're talking about in a way, but my problem is when I hear that term, my peoples, I don't identify someone as my people because they have the same skin color as me. Now, some people will be watching this say, oh, you don't know because you're white. Well, here's the thing. All right. You know, you're more likely to be a crime victim if you're a Black American, African American. You're more likely to be a crime victim statistically in America by someone who is your own skin color. Okay, and where I'm going with this is, I identify someone as my people when they share the same type of values and have the same type of similar values. I'll say similar. They have similar values, similar ethics in life. I don't identify someone being my peoples because they're white. There's a lot of stupid white people out there that I don't want nothing to do with, and I wouldn't say you're my peoples. Okay. My peoples is someone who likes to do right by others, you know, that is not somebody who is a thief, a crook, you know, someone who's a thief or a crook. I'm not going to consider them my peoples just because they share the same skin color as me. That's the stupidest damn thing. I understand that's empathy when you understand with someone, but you don't agree with them. Okay. I understand where people come with the anger and rage and what they're really upset about. Okay. Especially with the Floyd incident. But when I've heard this in several different other on social media, my peoples, and I'm sorry, we all got freedom of speech. That's fine, but I have it as well where I'm not gonna. I just find that one of the most dumb, absurd things. If someone's your peoples, it's because they're your family. That's your peoples. Your people are people that share the same values and stuff with you in life. Somebody who's just the same religion, let's say, or same skin color, is kind of stupid just saying someone's my peoples. There's a lot of bad people that have been Catholic or Baptist or Muslim. There's a lot of good people that are Catholic, Baptist, and Muslim as well. So I'm not going to identify that whole group as, oh, my peoples. Anyway, that's my little rant. A lot of you might not agree with me if you watch it. Don't take it personally. I'm just giving an opinion and I'm explaining why. Okay, so it's a live broadcast. Let me get to the chat. I don't want to ignore you guys. Yes, yeah, all lives matter. But at the moment we need to figure out how to make Black communities safer within ourselves and others. Yes, yeah, there's I'll get to that. I never understood why people get mad at the term Black Lives Matter. I'll address that. Hold on. No need to make sure everyone is safe and nobody kills anyone. Our problem is that we just think it's all about us and it's not just about us. Okay, yeah, there's some good comments here. Let me get to them here. I'll give my opinion on it. We'll have great discussion. Yeah, all lives matter, and in BLM, Black Lives Matter. I said this before, and this is just my opinion. Okay, if you don't agree, fine. I always give that disclosure. So anyway, I have some of my closest friends. One of my closest friends is Black. Really, really good friend of mine for a little over 10 years now. I got another great friend of mine. I've had for 20 years. I've known for 20 years. I was just over at his house yesterday, Paul. Okay, he's white. I would value their life and be just as equally sad. And I feel both my friends' lives. My friend who's Black, I've been close friends with over 10 years. His first name is Keith. Okay, I value both their lives just the same, and I feel that both their lives matter, white and Black. Okay, and when it gets brought up, okay, well, we got to address the problem with the law enforcement police community and what's been happening to Black people. I'm not okay. I get that. All right, I get. There's been a lot of incidents happening, and we can look at it. But that's where I come. That all lives matter. Now, some of the things that I've with the protest, as far as BLM, I'm not with where. For example, I said this, and I'll get right back to chat. When I've heard them saying, we all know this, no justice, no peace after police. Okay. And I brought this up. All right. In regards to the Floyd incident, those police officers have been arrested and charged and they're in jail. All right. So I'm sit back. I said, whoa, hold on. They were charged like a week after. All right. It was like 4 or 5 days after this incident. A lot of times this just doesn't just happen that quick that official charges get brought out. They can make an arrest right away like they did. But don't tell me no justice. There hasn't even been the court trial yet. Okay? There hasn't even been the court trial yet. Now, if it's like the Rodney King situation, there's a court trial and they get off. Okay, I got you. I'm with you. No justice, no peace. Okay. But they were just arrested. So what? I'm supposed to agree with this no justice, no peace? Hold on. F the police. Yeah, there's some problems with the law enforcement community. I'd like to say that 1 or 2%. But what about all these other police in these other cities? The police officer might have saved a minority life last night, or saved a baby that was choking 2 months ago and was a minority baby, and that are actually doing good for the community. And the majority of them are. So I'm not going to go through like where I live in the city of Detroit and go say F the police and, F you guys, where I'm like, well, hold on a minute. What did they have to do with this? And this police officer I might be yelling F the police to, or these group of police officers over here. I don't know what they've done over their course of their career. They're probably good people doing stuff for the community. So that's my little rant where some of the stuff that BLM has said, I am not with. As a matter of fact, was it in Seattle when Bernie Sanders was doing, this was in 2016, he showed up to do a campaign rally in the city of Seattle, and everybody showed up. BLM stormed the stage. This is a fact. It's on YouTube. They took over the stage, and Bernie Sanders said, hey, I'm going to be more than happy to give you your guys time to talk. And it was his main aide that came up, and Bernie stepped back. And he says, I will give BLM plenty of time to talk here on the stage, but Bernie will speak first because this is the Bernie Sanders rally, and he supports BLM. No, they weren't having that. They took over that podium. They said, well, we're going to speak now. Well, I'm like, whoa, hold on. So when it comes to some of the actions from BLM and what they say and do, that's where I kind of, I depart way and say, whoa, hold on. But yeah, that's why I have it that, all lives matter. Same as there's been all these police officers getting killed here too. Let's look at both sides of the coin, not discounting one other side. But anyway, let me get to the chat. I'm talking. I don't want to ignore you guys. That's true. We need a safe community for everyone. But I don't see any other race getting killed for their skin unless they said something racist besides black people. I feel bad for police officers, though, because the majority of them are good people. Yeah. And now on that comment, Life Anaya, yeah, like I said, it's around that 1% or less. And why I say 1% or less is meaning the total number of law enforcement in America. Okay, and you tally up these different incidents in the total number of law enforcement. That's why I say, okay, but even 1% is still some issues that need to be addressed. But I do try to see things for the way they are. Now, this is another good point. But I don't see other races getting killed for their skin unless they said something racist besides black people. Well, with that being said, I you know what I would come back is, okay, you have a valid point there, Life Anaya, but what about here I am, I'm a big Bears fan. I got my Cleo Mack jersey on right here, 52 baby, Chicago Bears fan. But in the city of Chicago, this is appalling what's going on. And for example, there was a news article, was it back in July? Anyway, here's my point. I'm going to get to this, is that 29 people were shot in one weekend in the city of Chicago and 7 died. They were minorities killing minorities now. So that's where, I say, wait, hold up a minute, is BLM, okay, and others, they'll march, okay, when the white police officer or that other awful incident of these 2 yahoos in the pickup truck where the poor black gentleman was jogging and they get out and shot him and killed him, shot and killed him. Oh my goodness. But I also look at the other side of the coin too, is now, yeah, there have been BLM marches in the city of Chicago addressing this, to stop all these gangs and the killing and the gun violence and the shootings. But outside of Chicago, the mass protest happens when, okay, it's the police who killed an innocent person here, and there's been some other incidents. But what about all the minorities killing each other too? Don't Black Lives Matter and let's stop killing each other too? But does what gang, let's say on the south side of Chicago, where this is it's gotten out of control. I don't look at that as representing the whole black community. All right. It's a shame the numbers of blacks killing each other in Chicago. It's a freaking shame. But, they're not representing us as a whole. But that's another reason why I say I don't identify when I hear this, my people. Someone's not my people because they share the same skin color. But let me get to the comments here. For some reason, we are the only race getting shown in the news, and that's probably why the only ones getting attention from it. It's my opinion, it's just the slavery plus segregation and feeling, including all together. Okay, some of that. Okay, let me get to your first comment here, Life Anaya. For some reason, we are the only race shown in the news, and that's probably why we are the only ones getting attention from it. Well, some of that is brought. I mean, a lot of that, in the news. BLM, Black Lives Matter. Okay, so that what that organization doing, and there's a lot of white people involved in this. Okay, don't get me wrong; these aren't just black people marching with Black Lives Matter signs, and this is also whites and other groups that are involved with the BLM movement. So that's bringing the attention and in the news, and we're talking like from incidents that have been in Portland to Chicago and different cities, the protests and movements. But so that's why some attention goes on. But then again, too, like I say, yeah, there's whites killing the whites. There's oh yeah. But when you're having the numbers and what's going on in Chicago, this is the facts, and they're bringing the news out. But I do caution that the problem is, these are some facts, but the news is very selective. Associated Press and news, the facts they tell you want to give you, Anyway, let me get to the other one. It's my opinion that it's just the slavery plus segregation and feeling unincluded altogether. Okay. Slavery, the slavery itself that ended, after the Civil War, as well as segregation was addressed in the 60s. And here'd be my argument, a couple points on this. And this is where the news media and Associated Press don't like to bring some of this stuff up, because they get selective on the facts they want to give and the agenda they push sometimes. Current day, 2020, as well as like the past 15, 20 years or more, all right? The majority of slavery that goes on current day in this world is in the continent of Africa. And it's Africans enslaving other Africans where the majority of current slavery is. That's a fact. You can fact check me on that. All right. I'm not discounting or say we should ignore what happened in the past. I'll get to that. No problem. But why I'm bringing this up is, how come the Associated Press, news media, and as well as some groups very seldom bring this up right now? That the majority of slavery going on in current day slavery is Africans enslaving other Africans. That's where not the only, I said majority, current day. The segregation and slavery from past. Now, I did touch on that a little bit as far as like when you take that 1% of the top wealthy people that has what happened in the past, excuse me, is part of the reason why you don't see minorities at that level right now, where we have one or two minorities that actually have that type of wealth to own a sports team. And you could look at some of the top wealthiest people, like the Ford family. Not knocking them. Oh, I like Fords. But it's a fact. That was wealth passed down generations from Henry Ford. Okay? And some of those opportunities, like I said, I'm repeating myself, but you know what I said earlier. We're not allowed. Yeah, we can't change the past, but we can acknowledge the facts of the past and hopefully learn from them and say, okay, this is why what happened. But yeah, and like I say, I look at people like Condoleezza Rice, Oprah Winfrey. These are just some few examples. P. Diddy, for music. Oh my God, I got big respect for P. Diddy. Not just for the music he did and being a collaborative, a great accomplished artist, but here's somebody who saw what was going on in the music industry with these artists being taken advantage of and stuff. Now, there's been some issues. I guess P. Diddy's been accused of doing the same thing. But what I'm getting at is, here's a guy who said, okay, all right, I could live comfortably by myself. I got this money from the music and invested. I'm good. No, no, no. Pete Diddy went and started his own record company, Bad Boys Records. And what did he do? Okay. He didn't sit here and say, oh, because of my skin color, opportunity isn't afforded to me from years past. Like some people will make an argument. He started his own clothing line company. And he's got one of the biggest clothing line companies, especially in the urban community, Sean John. Very, very highly respected clothing line, Sean John, meaning that Sean John clothing, the sweaters, the shirts, the suits, they're up there on the level of Tommy Hilfiger and some of the other big name brands. But, if we were today, what some people like to argue that that what we're living in today is like 1950 before civil rights and its segregation. Those opportunities for someone like, for example, P. Diddy would not be there for him as far as the music and starting his own record company and his clothing line, So yeah, that'd be another example I use. But anyway, let me get to the chat. I see it's heating up here. This hot issue. Yeah, all lives matter. And help each other more without the killing and stuff. Yes. Yes, nobody should kill anybody. Pointed black, period. And black people need to stop making excuses. Yeah. Yeah, most when it comes to excuses, again, let me get a sip of Snapple here. I've heard very few good arguments as far as when it comes to skin color or religion. This is, when people said, hey, the reason I'm not wealthy or haven't been given that opportunity is because my skin color, religion, and I've been discriminated against. And like I said, too, it sometimes it goes both ways. A certain company, whites have been discriminated against. I'll tell you this, okay? I was at a job. This was years and years and years ago. There was a white guy, and he was discriminated against because he was Hungarian or Russian. He was like first generation over here in America, but when he would speak, it'd be very tough to understand what he would say, and he'd have to speak very slowly because he was only in America for like about, I think it was his like 7th or 8th year here, and his English wasn't that great. And they moved him to a different position in that company where he wouldn't have to talk and interact. And the reason they moved him was he was discriminated against because, he can't speak English too well and communicate that good. No, he was discriminated against simply because he was Russian or Hungarian. It was in his English was a little bit broken English, but you could still understand him. Now, I would understand if, let's say a customer service job and you're on the phone and someone can't speak English worth a dang, and it's like, hey, it has nothing to do with whatever nationality or religion you are, but when you're on a customer service, let's say it's a company like AT&T. And they say, well, we can't have you in the customer service department because your English is real poor. You got to have somebody who can communicate good English on the phone. That's different. But this guy was discriminated against, and he was white because he was Russian or Hungarian. I forget which one it was. And his English was really, really tough to understand. He would have to speak slowly, but he could communicate with someone. He spoke very slowly. But the point I'm getting at, bottom line, is he was discriminated against because of that. Yeah. So yeah, it happens. Um, at the moment, we are almost equal. We are able to do the same things. We can start a business and make money and do stuff. The only thing I think that might be hard for people judging you for your color, but people are going to judge you. Yeah, that's true. Like I say, there are, and I admit it, there are racist people and there are racist groups in America. But like I say, I'm just harping on it. If you don't agree with me, that's fine. I don't take it personal. I just feel that our country as a whole isn't. Um, and that's why I bring it up. I admit that it's a bit harder for black people in America, but you can't complain about school and stuff. You don't even try. Well, yeah, that's a valid point, Life Anaya. Um, a lot of opportunities are the same. For example, I went in the army after high school. The army doesn't the military. I'm just using this as one example, okay? So anyone listening, don't go too far with it. Meaning that I was a senior in high school, okay, 17-year-old kid at the time. So I didn't get any extra benefits and it offered to me because I'm white going in the army. So let's say we take a black individual, Hispanic individual that enlists in the army. They're in high school, okay, and they want to both go in the army. Where I'm going with this is, you have to score a certain uh, percentage number on your ASVAB test. That's like the ACT and SET for the military. They call it the ASVAB test. And based on your scores, the jobs you qualify as an enlisted personnel, meaning that you don't have a college degree, you're going in the military after high school. All right. And I'm giving you a few examples. That ASVAB score, let's say the ASVAB, I don't know right now, but here's my example. Let's say the ASVAB score says you have to score at least 62% or 62, I'm not percent, but you have to score 62 to be eligible to be a 95 Bravo, which was military police. Maybe they changed the MOS number. But my point is, whether someone who's black in Detroit or Hispanic, let's say in Chicago, or they live in a suburb and they're Caucasian, all three of them would have to score 62 on the ASVAB test to be qualified for that military police job. So if, let's say, all three people are black, Hispanic, and a Caucasian white, all three want that MP job in the military, MOS. It doesn't matter where they're from, what their colors. The Army recruiter in each city, each area is going to say the same freaking thing. Okay, step one is you have to score at least 62 or better on your ASVAB test to qualify for that MOS, military police, if that's what your heart's set on. They don't say, okay, well, Ed, because you're white, is 62%. So since you're white, you only have to score 52%. They don't say, oh, because you're black or Hispanic, you only have to, I'm sorry to say percent, but you're black, Hispanic, Asian American, you only have to score 45%. Okay. You had to have that here. I'm sorry for percent, but the score number, you got to have that certain number you score on your ASVAB test. And that's that, no matter what color you are, So it's like that opportunity that was afforded to me, and I went with it going in the military. I wasn't military police, by the way. I was a light wheel vehicle mechanic, but you had to score a certain number on your ASVAB test. So anyway, let me get to chat, man. It's heating up. Woo. Might be hard for people judging you for your color, but you are going to judge no matter who you are. I am for both sides. I understand BLM and also understand that a bit more. As a human being, should feel obligated to help everyone, in my opinion. Yeah, that's a great comment right there. I'm reading your comments, McNikram. As a human being, I feel you should be obligated to help everyone, in my opinion. Yes. Please keep in mind, though, this is just, yeah, exactly, Life Anaya. I don't get heated up or anything like, oh my God, let me and come attack somebody because of an opinion. All I'm saying is opinion. I'm not, Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House of Representatives. I'm not Mike Pence, the Vice President. I'm not the head dean of Yale University. I'm just Ed here, InfoSpot 411 YouTube channel, just giving my opinion and why I have it on this topic when it comes to race and BLM and the history of America, and that stuff. Doesn't mean that I'm right. It's just this is my opinion of it. And yeah, you could have a difference on me. I don't get mad at all. We can talk and discuss. I don't be like, how can McNikram not agree with me when it comes to such and such? No, that's just childish. Yeah, no, that's fine. I believe our main problem is that no one wants to agree to disagree. Yeah, that is a big problem. Yeah. I'll touch on that in a second. Like I said, it's not all about black people. Every race goes through something. It doesn't matter how much, but nonetheless, the race goes through something. That's true too. Oh yeah. We all have good points. Sure. Let me respond to this. It was an interesting comment. I believe our main problem is that, yeah, I believe Life Anaya. I believe our main problem is that no one wants to agree to disagree. Right. I'll give you an example. Once I hit my Snapple, my throat gets a little dry. I'm doing the talking. This goes back some years. I think it was like 2003 or 2004 when the Iraq War happened with George Bush and everyone. And actually their second Iraq War, not the Persian Gulf War, 1991. I'm talking 2003-4. They came before Congress and they said it's going to be a preemptive military strike because Iraq is a threat to the Middle East. Okay, that's what was said, and that's why they were able to get in there. So when this was on the news, the discussion was brought up, and a former coworker of mine, this is years back, I haven't seen or talked to him in years, big Bush supporter. So I'm getting slightly on the politics. So anyway, I said, my God, I am just baffled, that we've been sold such a bill of goods and BS. It was said by the Bush administration before this freaking war, and even before 9/11, Iraq is no perceived threat to the area. When Bill Clinton was president, he bombed Iraq a couple times. You can look this up on Google. Look up Desert Fox, Operation Desert Fox. And there was another one when Saddam Hussein wasn't abiding by the UN sanctions, United Nations sanctions from the first Persian Gulf War. I'm a junkie on political and social science, by the way. Anyway, so I brought up some points. My point I'm getting at, addressing your comment, Life Anaya, I brought up some legitimate points, a couple legitimate points, why I feel that the Iraq war is a bunch of BS and it's had nothing to do with September 11th, and I brought up about how a lot of the money and stuff was tied into Saudi Arabia in Afghanistan. I said that should be the focus. If we're having an attack we're going to attack, let me say this correctly, if we're going to attack terrorism. I said, Saddam Hussein, nothing's been proven with him having any ties to September 11th and Iraq government. Not that I support him and what he was an evil man as far as I'm concerned, but just facts are facts. And these buildup of all these nuclear weapons that he supposedly had stockpiles of nuclear weapons, and that's why we had to have a preemptive military strike. None of that's been proven. They found some stuff that's come out years later, but nothing that's these stockpiles of nuclear weapons, and that's why we had to go in Iraq and we lost all these Americans. But here's my point I'm getting at. I know I went on a little tangent, and I'm going to get to you guys in a sec. When I told my coworker this, okay, and I kept it like 2 minutes, and it was some news story on, he blew up and got mad. Is like, how dare would I disagree with him about the troops, why the troops we shouldn't be in Iraq and cleaning the house over in the Middle East and that. And I told him why, but he got so hot because I didn't agree with him. Man, he called me a couple of names I can't say on my live. I don't want to get into the vulgar language. One starts with an M and an F. MF. You know what I'm referring to. That's what I was called. But I was called a stupid MF, by him. But what happened is he couldn't accept the fact that I have a difference of opinion. And then I even stated a couple reasons why. If, let's say we're talking gun control, gun rights, and me and McNikram, and I'm like, okay, I'm for gun rights, and McNikram is for gun control. So McNikram brings up a couple things here why he's for gun control, and I bring up a couple things why I'm up gun rights. I'm not going to get mad. But yeah, that is a problem, that we can't agree to disagree on things. Life Anaya, and that's a true story that happened to me at a former job. I had a guy get that heated and mad, but it's just exactly what you stated. But let me get to the chat. I'm sorry. Yes, I agree with you. Yeah, the main problem is that people don't agree that all lives matter, including Black Lives Matter. I am doing great, Mega Family Channel. Thank you for coming. And view McNikram. Oh, but I hate when people use my skin as an excuse for why they say racist stuff. Yeah, I'll say this, Life and I, on that comment real quick without going on and on for 5 minutes, because I got other comments. And is that it's unfortunate, but this country's for years and even current day, there's racist people in this country, and there's some racist groups. Some things have changed for the better, and some I think they're going to be that way for several years. It's tough to stop everybody that's racist. Yes. Yeah, it's sad. It's not all fair how Black people get to have a movement and every other race's opinions are dismissed from the social norms. No, that's a good point too. Yeah. That's a valid point. Yeah. Uh-huh. But Black people are racist to white people all the time. No, that's true. Like I say, racism and discrimination isn't just a thing for African Americans, Black community. You can be white and be discriminated against and be a victim of racism. You can be Asian American as well. Yeah. Yep. And like I say, I'll stick by my guns on this one. And if you don't agree with me, that's fine. But good and bad people come in all colors. One of my white friends would say something racist and then say, "Oh, I'm not racist because Naya is Black and she's my friend." Yeah, you make a good point, that Life of Naya. Let me read this statement from Life of Naya, and I'm going to comment on this. This drives me nuts too. Like, for example, one of my white friends would say something racist, okay, like a racist comment, remark, then say, "Oh, I'm not racist because Naya is Black and she's my friend." I'm just like, what the, you know what? Okay, I got you, Life and I. Here's the thing that drives me nuts. Someone says, "Oh, I don't I don't discriminate against Black people or Hispanic people. As a matter of fact, what? Two of my best friends are Black, or two of my best friends are Hispanic." Or, it'd be like me saying, "Oh, I've had two ex-girlfriends that were Black. I can't be racist." You could still be racist. That doesn't give you the, the off the hook or the alibi. It's so stupid just because one of your best friends are that skin color, or that you were with someone who was, or say something racist. But sometimes I do also would say, on the flip side too, is some people say remarks, and then other people will say, "Oh, that's a racist remark." That's like, here, point in case. I brought up a true fact, and you can fact check it. Current day and what's been going on in recent times. The majority of modern day slavery is in over in the continent of Africa, in some countries in Africa. And the majority of modern day slavery is Africans enslaving other Africans. Now, some people that would hear me say that would actually go say, "Oh, he's racist. He's racist. Oh, how could he bring that up? How could he bring that up?" It's a fact. Okay, that's a fact going on, and further, I feel it's something that it doesn't get talked about or addressed much by the freaking Associated Press and the mainstream media. You know, um, I could get critical of a certain sports player that talked about not celebrating 4th of July and he's going back to his roots over in Africa. Okay, you have a point with that, but he didn't bring up that at all. And that's where my point is. But what I'm getting at, Life of Naya, is when I would say that it's actual true fact, is some people would turn around and say, oh, that's a racist comment. He's white. He made that type of comment. He said that. He's got to be racist. No, that's not racist. But there are some examples when people say stuff that is not racist and they get deemed as such. But there are times people do say racist things and they try to get off the hook by saying, "Oh, my best friend is black or Hispanic, or my ex-girlfriend or my first wife was Hispanic. I can't be racist." No, that doesn't get you off the hook, and it doesn't hold water. No, I'm going to get to the chat, but I'm looking here. As you might see, it's getting dim. I got to put another fresh battery in here. I'm approaching 3 hours on this live. So I'm going to get right to your stuff in the chat. So just give me 15 seconds here. I'll just change out the battery again. Here we go. Okay, 1 second, everybody. Okay, there we go. We got bright light again. How about that? Okay, let me get back to the chat. Take out my glasses so I can see real well. You can probably see it got bright again. The batteries last about an hour, a little over an hour. Anyway, like I said, some people would say racist things and then not even know it. Yes, that's why we have to speak up when they do. Yeah, I agree with Info Spot. Okay, well, thanks. Yep. That doesn't mean you aren't racist. Like you don't use me as your excuse for things you do. Correct. Great comment, Life Anaya. That doesn't mean you aren't racist. Like they don't use me as an excuse for things to do. Yeah, you can't do racist things and say racist things, and then turn around and say, "Oh, my best friend Naya over here, she's black. I can't be racist." No, no, no. Don't work like that. I disagree because the definition of a racist is someone who is against another race. So, wait, I'm hold on. Where am I? Okay, the definition of racist is someone who is against another race. So you are actually both wrong by default. Well, yeah, when you're discriminatory, McNicrum, towards the whole race in general, meaning that I make a racist remark, okay? Let's say Hispanics, okay? Where I'm coming from is, let's say one of my best friends is Hispanics, all right? And I say a racist type remark towards someone who's Hispanic. Now you bring up the point, well, if my best friend's Hispanic, how can I be racist? Because if I'm racist, I would hate all Hispanics. But making a racist remark and feeling racist towards a group, I believe someone can be that just because they have a friend who is in that who is of that, let's say, who is Hispanic, meaning that, yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, McNiker, but what your point is, if someone is racist, they wouldn't have a best friend or an ex-girlfriend that was of that race. They would just completely hate or be discriminatory towards everybody in that race. But I do believe someone can have somebody of that race who's a friend, or let's say they were a girlfriend or a boyfriend, and still feel really and be racist towards that a particular group or religion. Not to say I'm right or wrong, but that's where I come from. But yeah, you in a way, like you're saying, you're being real technical with it, which is fine by default. Let me get back to the chat. Opinion can be wrong, not just facts. Wait. An opinion can be wrong and not just facts are proven wrong. Okay. It's just from my experience, it gets annoying when people use my race as an excuse for what they can, or when they can say things they know as racist. Yes. Oh, hello. Was it Rocky Life Goal? Richie Life Goal there? I call it Richie, but RICCI Life Goal. Yes. Thank you for coming. Yeah, I was on your live earlier. Thank you for coming. Well, we're talking about racism and discrimination. Um, Yeah, that's a good point too. Just because someone is supposedly your friend doesn't mean that they aren't against you, and that's why people are called fake friends. Where someone could be racist, let's say, and discriminatory towards another race, all right, and feel like, oh yeah, um, they might have two friends, let's say, that are Hispanic, okay, but they feel like, let's say, they have racist views of Hispanics, but just because they have a couple good friends that are Hispanic doesn't mean that they can't have that they're not racist in that aspect. Yeah, that's how I see it. But there's some good comments coming in here. Wow, really good stuff on this topic. Yeah, no, you're fine, Life and I. You guys got some great comments. Okay, so why would they befriend you in the first place if they're racist? Well, one thing, McNikram, too, though, sometimes people that are your friends, sometimes, I'm just saying, just as an example, can be your friends for the wrong reasons, too. Someone might be friends with Life and Naya to get something. Maybe Naya knows people, or there's sometimes there's alternative reasons why some people, like she say, can be fake friends. It's just an opinion. You can disagree with me. You know, um, okay, yeah, right. I'm trying to think of an example. I like using analogies and examples on things. Um, ba, 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 ba. Let's say here's a good example I'll give you, like an analogy. Let's say I'm really good friends with Naya, and I'm not talking we're friends on YouTube. I'm talking like personal friends. I live in Dallas, Texas area, okay? And I might be actually friends with Naya because let's say we worked a job together for a couple years, and I'm still friends with her. But let's say Life of Naya, okay, just Naya. Let's say that she is someone I go to a lot because she's helps me out. She's very good when it comes to like when I have emotional issues and problems and stuff of that nature. I seek her help on it, and she always is like that support factor for me. And I say, "Hey, Naya, man, this is something that's bothering me. This is going on, that's going on." But that's the main reason I'm staying friends with her. Okay, because she's someone that I'm always going to that helps me out with stuff. But anything other than that, if she, let's say Naya, I'm sorry, not Life Naya, but let's say Naya is someone who's very well versed, has a degree in social work, and she's a therapist. But I'm getting at is there could be alternative reasons why someone's friends with someone else. This isn't the norm; it's an exception, But it does happen that someone can be racist or discriminatory towards a group and have a friend of that group. Let's say it's Hispanic, okay, for an example. I could have one of my best friends Hispanic, and I'm really friends with them for certain reasons, the wrong reasons. I just put on a good front like I really care about him and he's a friend of mine, and I really don't. I just using him for an alternative reason, and I could really be discriminatory towards Hispanics. I am not discriminatory if anybody's catching this live right now. We're just having a discussion when it comes to the segregation and history of segregation, slavery, and about racism and racism. I see 4 or 5 people in here. So anyway, let me get to the chat. If I don't like a pedophile, I wouldn't befriend them for any reason at all. Yeah, that gets into empathy and mercy. That is a good point. If you don't like a pedophile, you wouldn't befriend them for any reason at all. But here's the thing, McNichol. Not saying you personally, okay? But there are people out there, let's say, and me and you share the same values, is there are people out there that, let's say they know somebody is a pedophile, okay, a type of pedophile person, and they would be against them, okay, but they might be friends with them for certain reasons. Like, I get back to exceptions. They might be friends with that one pedophile person because that's somebody who can help them get a certain job that could help them. Let's say we talk a work situation. This is an exception that does happen. That I'm going to say can happen. That individual says, hey, I want to get into this management where I could be making over $100,000 a year. It's just the right person to push me into it. And I'm qualified, okay? And they find out that person who can push him or her into that position to make that money, they find out they happen to be a pedophile. And they're strongly against it, all right? But they might look the other way to get that position and that money. So they'll be friendly and friends with that individual who's that pedophile. But anywhere else in their life, if it was some neighbor 3 doors down and they knew that hey, this person has CSC charges, he's pedophile, blah, blah. Like, hey, I don't want nothing to do with you and your kind. But they might make that exception because now they're looking at going from a $40,000 job to a $150,000 job. And the one person who can help them do it is that person who is a pedophile. So I'm just bringing it up as an example, like an analogy. I'm not saying, I'm right, you're wrong. That should be just my opinion. But yeah, that is a great, I love McNicrum's chat comments, boy. You come out with an opinion, you you better know your stuff and be able to back it up, because boy, he will just chew you up. McNichol, man, you'd be great. I don't know what grade you are, but if they have a debate club, that'd be something I'll talk about here a little bit later. But I could see McNichol like in the Great Debaters movie. He would just be terrific in it. Oh, welcome, Michael Anchors. Thank you for coming. I will return the favor to you. I definitely will. Thank you so much. We're talking about race, racism, segregation from the past, that type of issue. Thank you for coming, Michael Anchors. I'm gonna put one of your videos in my community center playlist, and I will definitely come over your channel. Thank you so much. Boo! I don't want to say that. I just made one point. I don't hold no grudges or anything. No. Anyone who comes in and supports my channel is nice to me, man. I want to return that favor back too. And thank you very much for being here. We're having a serious conversation. Anyway, let me get back on here. Oh, wait. Okay. And in your situation, you were talking about you and your friends. So what's the difference? I was giving you an example of why, let's say, I can't say percentage, but normally somebody who would be racist, okay, let's say someone's racist towards Hispanic people for our conversation purposes. They're not going to have that best friend Hispanic. They're not going to have that ex-girlfriend or girlfriend or boyfriend that's Hispanic. However, there are times when people can be racist towards a group of people, let's say whether it's Hispanic or is something else. I'll just say Hispanic for a conversation. And they could have a best friend who's Hispanic, but they have that best friend who's Hispanic for the wrong reasons. Another thing, it could be to cloud how they actually feel, so they can go behind that all the time and say, "Oh man, one of my good friends, he's Hispanic. How dare you tell me I'm a racist towards Hispanics?" And they might be that way. My other example I gave, like my analogy was McNicrum, is that's one of those exceptions too. Somebody could be want nothing to do with someone who's a pedophile, but under certain exceptions, they will make friends with someone who is, and know that they are, because if to them, what's more important to them is say, okay, well, I'll make friends with them and I'll be nice. I'll look the other way because my main thing is I want to get that job over $100,000. And the one person to get me there is I got to make friends and go against my values and do this. So yeah, they can have the wrong reasons. And that's why they have that friend that might be a pedophile, or some people do that too. They're discriminatory or racist towards a group, but they will have that friend who is part of that group. I don't want to say group, but let's say race, like Hispanic, for those reasons. Just my opinion. Life and that. But why don't we like Michael? Oh no, there's no thing that I didn't like Michael. I just brought up a point that, I talked about on the Ange TV show, and I'm going to come over to your channel, Michael. If you're here, I'm going make sure I'm sub to you, and I'm going to watch some more of your stuff in full, and I'll leave comments. My only thing, and I'll just say this in general, I am terrific. Thank you for asking, Michael. If someone comes on your channel, let's say your YouTube channel, and they watch 3, 4, a number of your videos in full, and they leave a like and a comment, just return the favor and come back to theirs, and I'm never anyone to hold a grudge. And that's all we talked about that briefly. And thank you for being here. Stay, Michael. You're welcome on the chat. I'm gonna come visit your place. Definitely. I will be there right after the chat, as a matter of fact. And I'll take one of your videos. I'll put in my community center playlist like I'm doing for everybody. And I didn't say everyone else wouldn't be friends with pedophiles, so there's still no difference now. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, no, McNicrum, you made a good point, but let me say on this though, one thing I like with McNicrum, my Snapple, excuse me. I love that movie. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was called The Great Debaters. And I think it was in Denzel Washington, or I think it was Denzel Washington was the teachers in The Great Debaters. But what I love about it is, and this is how these debate clubs go, and this is where Micron would be great. They'll take a topic and they get great at how they do on that debate. And let's say, again, I'll use this as an example. Let's say the topic is one side goes with gun control, one side goes with gun rights. You'll come in that room, and let's say McNicrum is actually for gun control. Okay. He'll come in and they'll sign his group and say, all right, you have to argue for gun rights. And they had like the research. They had those buckets, with all the papers and information in it. And they had all their laptop computers set up, and they would do the work and say, okay, I have to come to this debate and give great points of view, again, like facts, statistics, good logic, why the importance of the Second Amendment and gun rights. Or it could be flipped the script on gun control. But either way, it's like I see that talent I don't know if I'm saying the right word, talent, but I see this in McNichram when on a conversation, boy, he'll come at you, but I love the way he does it. He'll say, okay, what about this? And you're like, oh, well. So if you're not well versed in that topic or subject, boy, he's just going to make Swiss cheese of you. And it reminds me where if I don't know what grade you're in, McNichram, in high school, but I think that you would really be great if there was a debate club, offered. I love your style, and that's why I say one thing that really irks me on a conversation or discussion, people, when they make it personal, that's when they have nothing. And that's why, whether it's politics or it's some other type of issue, that's the only thing they could come back with when they make it personal and they call you stupid or call you this or call you that, is they have nothing up here. McNichram, no. You better know your subject matter and what you're saying, because he will come at you. But I could see you, man, if your high school or your college has a debate club, man, that's just calling out for you. Man. Anyway, that was my point there. Oh, well, thank you, Michael. And Michael, I will come over to your channel and I'm going to hit you up and I'm going to hit your videos and I'm going to comment. I'm going to give you some full watches, my man, Um, before you take off, it takes a hell of a person when you get criticized a little bit to come back and say, you know what, I'm going to do this. Okay, so-and-so had a point. That's a hell of a person to do that. So kudos to you, Michael Ankers. Kudos to you. And I truly mean that. So, yes, I will be coming over and I'm going to hit your place up, man. Thank you for coming. I really mean that. Once you make it personal, it's over. Exactly right. Laugh out loud. Me and my mom used to argue a lot, laughing my off. That's when I get from it. Thanks, laughing my Yes, Michael, I will see you later. Thank you so much for coming. I will hit your place up again. Then I do want to give a special just take a break from the conversation here for a quick minute and just say, that's a hell of a person who can get criticized a little bit by me, which I did criticize him a little bit. Not the end of the world. It wasn't a major criticism, but he came over here on my live. He showed up. Most people would be like, you know what, the heck with that in info spot. If that's, that was his criticism, then fine. I want nothing to do with it. No, Michael came over here, man. Thank you so much. I have a lot of respect for that. I really do. When this is over, I'm not going to go right to bed. I'm coming over to your place, buddy. Anyway, back to conversation. Thumbs up to you, Michael. I mean that. Yeah, I've been in a lot of debates and have won many awards for them. And McNichram is one of the hardest. I even went, if I ever went against, laugh out loud. Yeah. Well, that's just like he was getting me good on those points, but see, I had mine too. Not saying I'm right and he's wrong, but what I really loved about when we talking, the flat earthers versus the round earth, he knew exactly, and I've heard this before, and I've watched videos about the people that have argued on the flat earth, but he knew right where to hit. Say, okay, well, what about, there's only like so many photos, why is it they always go here? So I had to come back with such and such. Someone who can't handle when he comes back with that and say, okay, Ed, you said why the earth is round. Well, what about this and that? So now I got to come back being intellectual and say, okay, well, I have different sources and it's this, and this. It's also because of such and such. Now, somebody who's not well versed, what are they going to do or get upset when Micrum says that? They're going to make it personal and they're going to come back and make it personal. They're going to say, you got to be one of these stupid flat earthers to believe that. That's not holding a good debate, a conversation, a discussion. But that's what happens. People make it personal because they can no longer hold their point of view, their opinion, the conversation on good common knowledge and logic, and they run out, so yeah, and I'm just using this as an example. It was great when he was hitting me, bing, 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 bing. But a lot of people, when McNichram would hit him, and maybe McNichram, I'm sure he feels the earth is round, and he's just like, I'm going to have some good conversation here. Ed's talking. What about this, Ed? What about that? What about this when it comes to, flat earth? Well, someone who can't handle that or gets frustrated, they'll make it, like I say again, they'll make it personal. Let me get to the chat. I have a bad habit repeat myself. I really do. But girls and boys think differently. It's just a proven fact. Why would we be treating the same? They say we want to be treated equal with men, and really, they still get expected. Spot got me with the earth. Oh, okay, yeah. But any earth one, it's just that it was a great. I'm gonna get to you, Life and Naya, in 1 second. With the earth one is that I was just using that as an example, McNichram. It's just that a lot of people who they can't come to you with they can't come back at you with something intelligent. That's when they make it personal. They get mad and frustrated. I don't do that. I'll say, okay, this is my opinion, and now let me tell you why, such and such and such. Same thing on some of the things with race. Doesn't mean I'm right, but a lot of people, they make it personal when they can't be intelligent and be logical. But I got a feeling, some things you agree with me on, McNichram, like the earth being round. But it's something that you enjoy. You say, okay, well, Ed, what about this? What about that? What about this? Even though all the time you feel the earth is round, but you're going to poke at me and say, okay, you gave out this opinion. Now back it up, Ed. So I love that, man. I love that in somebody. I really do. But Life and I had a great, something great in the chat here. I was going to say, let me just come back up. They say they would want to be equal with men, but they really don't. They're going to expect men to open the door for them. Yeah, there's a lot, there with your previous comment, Life and I, about some women that, and welcome everybody to chat. Jess Jess Sorrell 23. Welcome to the chat. Welcome, please. Welcome. Thank you for coming. On that, Life and Naya. Yeah, and that's why I say earlier, and this is just my opinion on it with the feminism and stuff, is that I find a lot of the feminist movement and what they say to be quite hypocritical, and what you say is a great example of it. But I am a strong supporter of women having women's rights. Let me say this slowly, of women's rights. And I brought up the facts about, is one example over in the Middle East, in some countries in the Middle East, like Saudi Arabia, women don't have those type of rights. That's why I was just aghast when there's a certain lady in our U.S. House of Representatives and referring to Palestine and Somalia, and they're both women. And it's like, yeah, do you think you're going to have that opportunity over in Somalia or Palestine? And I'm not talking about because their government is on par with us, but I'm saying women in countries like these, for example, are not allowed these opportunities, which they should. Do you think there'd be a woman like Condoleezza Rice that could be Secretary of State, and they would allow that a woman to be in that position in Saudi Arabia? So that's why I'm big on, I feel strong about women having rights, and a lot of women contribute big things for our country and to make our society better. And that's truly how I feel. I'm not just blowing smoke up the ladies' butts. But I will say too, I feel that the feminist movement, and like you brought up, Life of Naya, a lot of feminists they're hypocritical in certain aspects, and you just touched on a good one there too. But anyway, let me get the door, because not to the door, to the chat. I just get late, I'm messing it up, but what the hell, we're having fun. It feels round, but hi McKnight Chrome, 2:53 p.m. Saturday afternoon. Jess, okay, you're probably over in Europe somewhere, England or Ireland, Jess, if it's 2:53 p.m. Oh no, Philippines. Yeah, the Philippines are 12-hour difference. So if it's 2:50, I got 2:55 a.m. here. I'm Eastern Standard Time Zone. The Philippines are 12-hour difference. Yep. There we go, Life of Naya. Wow. Someday we can drink to that, right? Well, we could drink a snap. I'll drink a Snapple to that. Oh, Perth, Australia. Okay. Let me ask you this, Jess. Is Perth, Australia, are you in that same time zone as the Philippines? I know the Philippines is a little ways off from Australia and New Zealand there, because I know the Philippines is the 12-hour time difference than what I am here. We're 2:55 a.m. I'm Detroit, Michigan. Me and Micrum are both 2:55 a.m. Life of Naya, I think, is an hour, 2 hours behind me. I can't remember if Texas is either Central Time Zone or Mountain Time Zone. Anyway. Have rights from my point of view. I know in other countries they don't. Yes. One I brought up before, I could take these sunglasses off. I'm not. Let me see. That's good. You'll see a little shade on here. Anyway, what was I going to say? Oh, the right to vote. Oh, you think women in Saudi Arabia, sorry to keep picking on them, but it's one example I'm using, but they're not given the right to vote. Please. A lot of countries, women don't get that, and I feel they should, Yes, I'm turning 21 soon. Okay. Well, hey, when you turn 21, before you go out and drink, you can always watch my drink review videos and say, hey, maybe this is something worth trying or it isn't. You know what's funny, if I could real quick, is you say 21, you're turning 21 soon. I think I got 85 videos or 80 some videos on my YouTube channel. But I'll say this, is that my biggest video, whether it's live broadcast and the different types of videos I do, as far as views, was ironically one of my first ones I did, is the Red Bull and vodka video. Let me put this on. I look kind of terrible. There we go. I'll just leave my sunglasses off. But the Red Bull and vodka video, I did a drink review, and you could find it at my channel. It's like 3.5 minutes, and I kind of put a little humor into it. But Red Bull and vodka is a big, big drink with the younger people, like in their 20s. And there's been a lot of controversy on it because it's one of those things that makes you feel up and full of energy. As a matter of fact, I like Red Bull. I don't drink Red Bull and a vodka a lot. That was the first time I actually had one where I mixed it, but I read it. But anyway, I got over 1,000 views on my Red Bull and vodka video. That freaking 3.5 minute video, it just keeps growing and growing every month. Once in a while when I check my analytics. And usually it's like my newer broadcast or my newer videos that'll be picking up traction. But this Red Bull and vodka video ain't disappearing. It's just like, man, I wish this was like an hour-long video. I would just have a boat ton of watch time, watch hours on it. But yeah, I found that kind of funny. My biggest and my most popular video on my YouTube channel is a drink review about Red Bull and vodka, and it's over 1,000 views right now. Oh, you got 54,000 on a vid. Okay. Oh, you got 8 years left. Okay. I'm thinking that maybe you got like, 2 or 3 years left. Okay. Wow. Yeah, that's cool. Hey, Raul. Welcome. I didn't plan to go this far into it, but what the hey, if people are showing up, we're having good conversation. I went over my topics raw in my description, and we were just talking about racism, discrimination, and the history of slavery, kind of what's going on current day and debating. Now we're talking just what about alcohol and videos on YouTube. Wait, we can drink alcohol at 18 years old in Australia. Okay, yeah. I have to ask Ange, or if you ask him, but I know Canada because in Detroit, I'm not far from Canada at all. I'm near Windsor, Canada. I'm literally, if you're in downtown Detroit, we have a tunnel that goes from Detroit over to Canada and takes you like 5 minutes to get into Windsor. But back in my younger years, the drinking age in Canada for alcohol was only 19 years old. I'm talking before this whole September 11th thing. All you had to do to go in Canada, literally, when we were like 19 and 20, we used to go over there often. You just show your driver's license and say, I'm going to the Windsor Casino, or we were going to meet, go over to go have a bite to eat and go to such and such bar or grill if they'd ask you what the purpose of your visit is. But we used to go over to Canada all the time and drink when we were 19 or 20. The only thing is you got to be careful. I had some friends of mine got in big trouble. Is you can buy alcohol in Canada. I don't know if they changed it, but when you were 19 and 20, but if you brought it over the border into Detroit, a friend of mine, they checked his car when he was coming into Detroit, and he was, I think, 19 or 20. Not only did they take his alcohol and give him like a fine, but he got was a minor possession, a misdemeanor charge. Because it's legal to buy and purchase and have that alcohol in Canada at 19, 20 years old, but it was still 21 years old here in America. And once you cross that border and you're in Detroit now, whole different ball of wax. You can't say, oh, I bought it legally in Canada. So that's a whole nother country. But I used to know friends, they would go to the duty shops when they get over to Windsor. Quick story, and I'll get to the chat. But they would go literally buy like 4 or 5 cases of freaking beer, like hundreds of dollars of beer. And the Bats, Blue, Budweiser were the big ones. And Corona was another big one. But usually it was like the Canadian beer or the Budweiser. But they would buy 5 or 6 cases of that, stuff it in their trunk. And when they would come across the border, oh, no, I just went over to the casino. I gambled a little bit, or I went to the bar with my friends. I have nothing to declare. When they come across that border checkpoint, and they don't need any probable cause of suspicion on a border checkpoint. Nope. So, yeah, one of my friends, he got burnt pretty bad doing that. But I knew a lot of my friends, they would just load up on beer and liquor and everything because you only had to be 19 in Canada. Anyway, let me get back. But that's interesting. Only 18 is the drinking age in Australia. Don't tell him you said that, though. Oh, tell Ange about the drinking age. I would just be curious in Canada if it still is, if 19 is the legal drinking age in Canada, or they changed it to 20 or 21. Now, I know in the 90s, the drinking age in Canada to buy alcohol, consume alcohol was 19 years of age. I don't know if it still is, but that'd be a good question. Now they have to ask Ange what the drinking age in Canada is. I'm holding your title for our district and debate, but I haven't practiced since I left school. Oh, RN. I'm holding a title for our district. Oh, wow, you are? Life Anaya and district and debate, yeah. Wow, that's cool. McKnight might beat you in any topic. Okay. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. Like the conversation we had. Okay. Yeah, thank you. I think we need to get a certain topic and debate it. So info spot try to find more conversational topics that really spiced up the lives. Oh yeah, it would spice up the live for sure. The only thing, like I said again, I I could really hold my own. I'll say this. I could hold my own and go either way. Um, I don't have an ego, but I have confidence. Ego is bad, confidence is good. That's what I believe in, okay? But let's say we talk to President Trump or President Obama. I could go either way. I'm well versed in political science. I'm just confident. Yeah, I could hold an argument. But I don't want to get into, and I said this earlier, I come on YouTube to get away from it. And I really don't want to get into, my personal opinions too much on President Trump and President Obama. Um, so yeah, a number of things I'd be more than happy to. I'm open to just about everything, but like religion's another one. Religion to me, just in general, whether it's Muslims in the Quran, or it's Judaism in the Torah, or Christians in the Bible, New Testament, Old Testament, it's about faith, belief, opinion, and it's just one of those things that I don't want to get into, the debating that. I do like political science, don't get me wrong, but I also like social science as well. Some things I'm not too good in, like my English is not the best. When I type things in and do stuff, a lot of times I really got to spell check it. My English is not the greatest. I got to algebra, but anything beyond that, but there's some other topics I would get killed in. Wait, me too. I really want to debate politics with you from some reason. with politics with me for some reason. Okay. Like I say, I'll say this. I don't mind it. There's things I like about President Trump, and there's things I don't like about him. And same thing with President Obama. I could really bring up some criticisms, and as well as some. Same thing with the first ladies. I'll just leave it at that. But anyway, I don't like it either. They both kill innocent people. That I'm going to say. I could go both ways too, but I know who I don't like more. Oh yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, that's fair. What was I going to say? The other thing with that, with the politics, but I mean, it's a good debate, is that it's like, it's a lot of just back and forth. I've been in some conversations and debates with some of the best. And it's like we just go back tit for tat, and they'll hammer on 2 or 3 facts and 2 or 3 things, and then I got my 2 or 3 things, and then I'll go back and forth on it, and you don't really change much. But a lot of things, though, it's not like I'm not here to change anybody's mind. It's just good conversation and debate. But yeah, I have my reasons why I don't want to get into especially the Trump and Obama. And I do talk a little politics, like I did with the statues. If it deals with the topic, sure. I'll get into that. Let me check the chat. Still doing pretty good here. I don't like one, but more. I don't like one a bit more, but I don't like them both for good reasons. Info spot. Give us a topic. COVID-19 being fake. Let's talk about that. Wow. Okay. COVID-19 being fake. I don't believe it's fake, but I do believe that we have been given some misinformation on it. One thing that is like I still have the video clip saved at my computer with as regards to the numbers, how many people have got it and whatnot. I got a clip from the White House, and it's on YouTube, where the press reporters were in there, and one of them made a comment and said, yeah, they just got the numbers from California. It's not as much as what was reported in the news earlier. And then the other guy goes, yeah, we don't have to worry. We already been vaccinated. We don't have to have the mask on. They didn't know that it was a hot mic, meaning that the mic was on and they got caught with it. But I'm not trusting of the CDC and the government and everything on that. Do I believe that it's a real virus? Yeah, with all the people, when that thing hit in late March and April here in Detroit, Michigan, we've had people just running to hospitals and getting hospitalized and dying, Now, one thing that's a controversy was COVID-19 started, and it came from, 60 Minutes Australia did in a documentary news story. Was it from the wet markets in Wuhan, China? Or is this their labs, their research labs, and someone let that thing out purposely or accidentally? And it is a fact that China did kill a couple of them whistleblowers at first. I went into that, but why would the government fake COVID that would put the country in danger of others? The government, well, see, there's certain conspiracies. Some to get into the politics of this is a way to get the president out of office, why it's been done. That's a conspiracy. I'll say this with the government. Like one example, they got caught. It's a fact. They lied about the Vietnam War. They got us into the Vietnam War. It don't ever be told by some history teacher different. And this is where you correct them. If you ever have a history teacher and it said, or anybody talks about the Vietnam War, especially, that's another topic I'll get on in a second. But someone says, "Oh, no. I know because my dad was a Vietnam veteran," which my dad is, or, I was a military veteran, blah, blah. This is a fact. You go Google this. Google the Gulf of Tonkin incident. Our government under LBJ, Lyndon B. Johnson, lied to the American public, lied to Congress to get that declaration of war and start this proxy war with the Soviet Union over Vietnam. Okay? So if our government made a major lie and got us in the war where hundreds of lives were lost, am I supposed to be that trusting when it comes to some issues like September 11th? Am I supposed to be that? Now I'm supposed to believe it was Lee Harvey Oswald that shot JFK? But I also say this. I don't believe everything's a freaking conspiracy, okay? I don't believe that we didn't make it to the moon. The earth is flat, for example. Anyway, BY Toy 2. Okay. Hey, I got my moderator. My moderator deletes your message. Too bad, so sad. So she's a troll. Okay. I'm not questioning what you do. Your mod's for a reason. That's it. That's how I run my program. Bow. I believe is very exaggerated. Yes, I'm with you, McNikram. I agree with you on that. It's been very exaggerated. I believe it is real in the virus, but it has been very exaggerated. Like one thing I'm really upset about with the hydrochloroquine, all the news media, okay, and I'll get a little political on this, but it's dealing with this hydrochloroquine. The news media all jumped, the majority of news media, Associated Press, real quick, they all jumped on going after this hydrochloroquine and saying that it was an anti-malaria drug that is saving lives, okay? And they're like, oh, yeah, it can have real bad side effects. But if you're faced at the point of near going to ventilator and a doctor and a hospital have a choice of saying, hey, we can give you this hydrochloroquine. It's worked for several people, might keep you from going on the ventilator and knock out this COVID-19. You could take it. Hey, but what do? They railed on it because the president said, hey, this is something that works. This is something, too, that you probably you might have heard about this, and it's a freaking fact. Made me really, really mad. There was a Democrat lady in Michigan, outside Detroit. It's Southfield, Michigan. She was a state representative, just like how we have our representatives for the federal government and the House of Representatives and our Senate. Each state has their own legislature. So anyway, she was a Democrat. Okay, and I'm bringing this up for a reason. And she's black, and she was near death's door. And the one thing that saved her life was the hydrochloroquine. All right. She went to thank the President Trump and only went out there to say, hey, I'm so glad you pushed this. This is the one thing I had left to save my life before being put on a ventilator. All right. And I'm not getting into pumping Trump up as good or bad or indifferent. But what I'm going to get at, this is something that the news media, a lot, they kind of kept quiet. I was on Fox and a couple other Associated Presses, I believe. But at any rate, she comes back to Michigan after going out to D.C. just to simply thank the president for saving her life because of hydrochloroquine. And the Democrat Party censored her. They censored her. Censored means if some of you are here and don't know, that means you can't speak up now. You're shut up. You're shut down. You're told to shut up. You're shut down by your political party. You are censored. Or you do something or say something that severe, and both parties can come together in the federal government. Let's say you're in the House or the Senate, they can censor you too. But she was censored because, and it's not because the hatred was so deep with this Trump and this hydrochloroquine. And I'm not getting into, you got to like Trump or hate Trump. But my thing is with this hydrochloroquine and the news media, okay, dealing with the great comment in the chat, is I really, really got angered by this. I'm like, where are we as a society that can't somebody, whether they're Republican or Democrat, can't they cross that line just to simply say something as like, hey, thank you, you saved my life? And I would be just as upset whether that, let's say that would have been a Republican lady that went to thank President Obama for something he did that really impacted her, saved her life. And now I'm talking a little politics, but okay, anyway, but that's what I was upset about. So yeah, when it comes to, we're talking a little bit about the COVID-19 and I'm bringing up that hydrochloroquine, if I'm saying it correctly, you know what I'm referring to anyway. But yeah, let me get to this here. She's a troll. Oh, you guys have a secret. To not be having more kids to keep us controlled, to distract from maybe something even more serious going on. Naya, what's the secret? When I was younger, I didn't know what 9/11 was, and I used to think it was called because 911. Shaking my head. Oh, and I forgot that I was right too when I found out. Info spot. Australia has a prime minister here. Oh, okay. Australia has a prime minister. Okay, yep. Well, that's like England. They have similar to our government setup as a prime minister in England, and then they have their House of Commons, House of Lords, which operates somewhat similar to our establishment in America. Okay, interesting. I do know in Australia, they did wasn't it a gun buyback program where a lot of people in Australia were allowed to have like rifles and shotguns, and it's very hard to own a firearm in Australia now. But yeah, I read some of that too. But 9/11. Now, there was the thing when September 11th hit, I was in my early 20s. So at any rate, that's one of the first things that came out, said, hey, look, September 11th, 2001, 911. Because 911 was the number here in America and most countries for years, for emergency, and they've drawn that. But some problems I had with 9/11, and I don't want to be the big conspiracy theorist, but there are some things I'm not trusting of our government. And I gave you the example of the Gulf of Tonkin incident. 9/11, I don't know if you guys have heard about Building 7. Building 7. There was a news reporter who, it's on YouTube, you can watch this, who said, oh, Bill, she came on, I think she was from the BBC or some of those networks. But anyway, she came on and said, yeah, Building 7 just fell. And it falls like 5 minutes after she said it on her live broadcast. And when they had the 9/11 commission report, not one thing was in that commission report. Why did the Building 7 fall? If you see Building 7, it free falls like the two main World Trade Center buildings. Building 7 was a smaller building, and they claimed that so much debris it heated up. And then there was witnesses who said, no, when we were building 7 and outside building 7, before that thing was falling, we were hearing explosions go off. And not one explosion like something blew up and then the building goes boom, 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 boom. They're hearing kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. You know why that explosion gets set? You hear it in like stages. That's what they do when they've done demolition on let me put my glasses on for a minute back here. That's what they've done when they demolish buildings. There was an old casino in Vegas that was on the news when they did that. See, but those are things that make me question why was there was nothing from the commission report into the investigation on building 7? You got to be freaking kidding me. This thing came down at the same rate the 2 main trade centers buildings did. And a lot of these witnesses have turned up dead. That's something, too, that's in common with the JFK assassination and September 11th. A lot of the witnesses have turned up dead. But like I say, I do want to say this, and I say it because I mean it. I don't believe everything's a freaking conspiracy with our government. But I'm not as trusting of our government, on everything. So, yeah, I do believe there are conspiracies. There are some, and I don't trust everything our government tells us, but I don't believe everything is a conspiracy. Anyway, let me get back to this chat here. I get caught up and talk, and I don't want to ignore you guys. Not having more kids to keep us controlled, to distract us. Maybe, okay, I went over that. And I thought I was right, too, when I found out I was mad. On a positive note, I hit 1,000 followers. Oh, okay. Good job, McNikram. That's one thing I think I'm missing out on the boat. I'll have to get into is that social media with Instagram. Because on Instagram, oh boy, it's I've been hearing from quite a few different people. Then you really get a lot of people that'll you can network with and help build up your channel as well as communicate with others. But that's a great social media platform as far as building up your YouTube channel. And as well as, getting with others. It's something that, it's Instagram, from my understanding, that's as big right there with Facebook and Twitter now. It's just so huge. But yeah, I got to look into that Instagram. But good job, man. Awesome. Okay. You're on Instagram as well. Awesome. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Jess Sorrell. Congrats, Micrum. That's another topic too. Let me get a sip of my Snapple. Oh, you're going to Australian football tomorrow. Okay. Now I believe Australian football, that's like what we term in America as soccer. But that'd be another topic, McNikram and Life at Naya. If you're interested, I showed the book. I think it was my first or second live. I was asked, is the JFK assassination. Man, I got this. I've watched several documentaries on this, as well as read different news articles in a couple other books. But the best book I've read on that was by that guy, Jesse Ventura. He used to be the Minnesota governor. And he did that show, Conspiracy Theory. He wrote a book, 63 Reasons, I think it's called. I got it over my other room here, to believe there was a conspiracy that killed JFK. And wow, you know what? I'm going to do that as a future topic, the JFK assassination, but I'm going to put this twist on it. I'm just going to go over like a good 15 different facts. I'm going to go over facts that make you say, wow, this happened. What happened? And different things about that. But that's a great topic. I wouldn't take it my whole freaking show, because I know people have been inundated with the JFK assassination, but it would be something good to bring up as far as like a topic we can talk 15, 20 minutes. Because, man, this book, and I would just go right to this book on some info on that JFK assassination. But, I'm going to do that as a future topic. And then you brought one up, McNikram, loneliness. like depression, loneliness would be a good, good thing to talk about for sure. Any rate, let me get a drink of my Snapple here. Is now the Australian football, that's, I just was asking, now that's soccer. Any rate, let me stretch my legs here, and then I'm probably about 10 more minutes here on the broadcast because it's getting tired here. Oh, okay. Buffalo Bills. Okay, cool. I'm right here. Let me sit up and you can see a little better. Chicago Bears. That's 52. Cleo Mack. I got on my back, and then you can see this is the 100th anniversary edition jersey I got, and it's got the nice little logo thing like the players had there in the top, and then the 100th thing with the Chicago Bear. I do support my Lions, Detroit Lions, but they're so pitiful, man. We have a saying in Detroit, SOL, and it's not the SOL you think of. When you say it around Detroit, people say, yep, same old Lions. Oh, boy. But that's cool. Yeah, the Bills. One thing I did like about the Bills was the years, God, I was real young then, but Jim Kelly and Mark, was it Mark Levy was his name? But anyway, the Bills went to 4 Super Bowls in a row and lost all 4. And then they almost won the first one, but then there was the infamous Scott Kelly botched a field goal where he kicked it and went right, and it was only like a 32-yard field goal. I don't know, it was pressure or he just caught it wrong. But yeah, that's cool. Okay, the Bills. I was about to say something too. Oh, okay. So you're an hour behind us. I think you're Central Time there, Life Anaya. AFL. Well, I know AFL here used to be the they used to have the American Football League AFL with the first Super Bowl, and it was it NFC, but now it's the AFC and NFC. Look up AFL on YouTube, then you will see what it is. Are you referring to the Australian soccer? No, we kick goals in handball. Okay. In NBA. Okay. Finally alive without drama and dumb Comey jokes? Comey jokes. Okay. Well, that is. As you bring that up real quick, that was something I'll talk on briefly. My last live, it was, oh God, yes. I have it in my description too, below like the stuff I'm talking about on my live. I start my show off, then general conversation. One of my rules, well, my YouTube rules, my YouTube live rules, I got I think it was 4 of them. And the last one says, anything deemed inappropriate is subject to a warning to removal. And when I saw that name, someone had the username that describes a sexual activity. I'll just leave it at that. I deem that as inappropriate, and you got removed. And then that individual came back and was nailing up my chat as a troll. And then it just, something went crazy. I don't know if it was bots or what, but I'm looking, and McNikram and Life and Naya, you were here. I went up to 250 some people watching my live, and then it went down to 150 for about a half hour, an hour. Then the freaking thing went to 50. And then finally, after 2 hours, it went back down to 10 or 11 people that were in on it. I never seen something crazy, but I don't know. There was something, I'm guessing something was tied in with what was I going to say? With that troll or whoever it is I booted out. I don't know. That was crazy. I had my friend Sir Graves, who I'm personal friends with. He came over and was just checking out my live, and then he put it on his Facebook group page thing. He's in a motorcycle club, so I knew a few people were probably watching it, but he wasn't getting 100 some people. That was just an odd deal, an odd thing happening. I'm like, what in the world? I don't know, man. That was strange. Maybe it's just being on real late, you know. What's the old term, guys? The freaks come out at night. uh, yes, yep, yep, yep. Exactly. Yeah, it's a good live without annoying people. In the NBA, I go for LA Lakers. Okay, you're a Lakers fan. Okay, that's cool. I'm not the biggest NBA fan, but I am a Detroit Pistons fan. So I do watch the Pistons. Now I do like the NBA finals, like the Eastern and Western Conference. Man, those are some dog fights of a game, man. It's just similar where like baseball. I'm a Tigers fan, but I do enjoy a lot of time Tigers are not in the postseason. But it could be freaking the Boston Red Sox taking on the Kansas City Royals or the Texas Rangers, and it's the ALCS. I'll still watch it, man, because it's just so fun, man. It's like they're so competitive and good to watch the playoffs. So it's a different deal. But yeah, I'm a Pistons fan. I was still am. I liked Michael Jordan, you know, but that's becoming the big debate: who's better, LeBron or Jordan? And you know, I've always favored Jordan. Boxing. Okay, here's my thing on boxing. Okay, let me just get a quick drink, please. Okay, here's my take on boxing. I really used to be in the boxing, okay? When when Mike Tyson was big in the late 80s, early 90s, and one of my favorite boxers, and for reasons outside the ring as well, is Lennox Lewis. I'm not saying Lennox Lewis was the best boxer, but my favorites because of who he is as his character and an individual and human being. Just what a great guy Lennox Lewis is. One of my favorites. But here's what turned me off with boxing. A couple things. The pay-per-view prices got ridiculous. Freaking ridiculous, man. And then two, there was the fight with Lennox Lewis and Evander Holyfield. There was two of them. The first one. And this was, I think, in 97, 98. Anyway, the first fight between Lennox Lewis and Evander Holyfield, they ruled it a draw. And Holyfield was the champion of the WBA or IBF, or there's like 3 or 4 of those titles, you know. So anyway, Lennox Lewis clearly won this fight. The first fight, he clearly beat Evander Holyfield. But guess what? Evander Holyfield's promoter and manager was Don King, man. And so what did the judges do? They came up with the freaking draw. So what happens with the draw? You get huge controversy. No, Lennox Lewis won that fight clearly. What are they talking about? A draw. That set up a rematch like 6 or 7 months later. And Lennox Lewis came back and beat him the second time. And finally, the judges, you know, scored it and gave it to him. But guess what? The pay-per-view price just went up more. The payout for both boxers just went up way more. So the whole freaking thing was rigged like the WWE with Vince McMahon. They take real bumps, they get hurt, but it's scripted as far as who wins and loses and who's the champion. And I got so turned off with boxing, man, that when I watched that Holyfield and Lennox Lewis Holyfield fight. Oh my God. But the bigger picture was the pay-per-views just got too freaking ridiculous. And it's like they used HBO and Showtime, and I have Showtime. They use that to me to put to help promote the big pay-per-view fights. And it's like, I want to see a good fight. on Showtime Boxing, and it's seldom, unless it's a couple no-namers that are trying to come up and they're equally matched. But let me get back to the chat. But that's my opinion and thoughts on boxing, where I got kind of turned off. I love the MMA, but the MMA is getting just as bad. The freaking pay-per-view prices are way too much for that day. UCF or UF, is it UFC? Great discussion is too far. A good life without annoying people. Yes, I won't forget about loneliness. You know what? I'm gonna jot it down here, and I'll use that as a topic for tomorrow's night show. But before I do that, see now, like, if I were to just start rattling off my mouth right now and start giving out some opinions on loneliness or depression, I'd probably get tore up in a debate or discussion on it, because it's something like, for example, the subject with social work and psychology. Yeah, I had a great topic I felt here I pulled up on rumors and gossip, but I was reading it and it was from a book, you know. So that's why let me do a little bit of research and get some stuff on a website and bring up some points and stuff on that topic. And sure, I'd bring it up as something worth talking about for sure. Oh, okay. Thanks, Jess. Now you're from Australia. Isn't it like one of the common things in Australia they say too, like in England, is cheer or mate? Mate, yeah, it means like friend. Like I love that Crocodile Dundee movie, but I don't want to stereotype. A lot of people in Australia don't live in the outback and chase gators. But I do know, isn't it? If I'm not, correct me if I'm wrong. In Australia, like I watched the 2000 summer games that was in Australia, and a couple of big things I remember is they used the term mate a lot, like friend, you know, kind of like amigo gets used in Mexico. It is a Hispanic term meaning like a friend. But mate, yeah, I hear him say that. Yes, mate, you got it, mate. The other thing when I think of Australia, I know it's not the national theme song, but and it's a cool song, don't get me wrong, but when I was watching the Olympic Summer Games, the 2000 Olympic Summer Games in Australia. Anytime when the Australians medaled or did well in an event, they started blasting the Men at Work song "Down Under," you know. And they were a cool band from Australia in the 80s. They did that other song, "Who Can It Be Now?" But man, that's freaking song. They love that in Australia. From a lot of things I see is that song "Down Under" by Men at Work. Oh, well, thank you. I'm not going to keep the live going too much longer. If there's some stuff talking on the chat too, because yeah, it's hitting near 4 a.m., you know. But and I want to get some, because I want tomorrow night, I want to try to do the late night show, and I want to have the Price is Right game. I might hook it up in the opposite direction where I'm sitting. I've done it before. I'm going to put it on my TV, and I'll put up the item in the big picture of it, and I'll just have my sheet, you know, with the price, and do that, and then I'll bring up, you know, the different topics and stuff to talk about. But yeah, I mean, I love to talk about new stuff as well as topics. I try to, you know, do some game stuff too with my show. But I hate to do a show. I don't want to do it where I'm doing is sitting back, and it happens. But you know, each is their own, and just saying, "Oh, okay, I'm glad you're here." Yeah, if you're not connected with so and so, make sure you go dance or go cook at their house. Meaning, like, we're just here to try to build our channel up, and I'm just sitting back trying to collect watch hours. I'm one where if I do a live, whether it's 2 hours or what, oh God, I'm on 4 now. Whether it's 2 hours or 4 hours, I wanted something where we're talking or we're doing a game or there's something to it of substance, you know. But hey, you know, some of these lives I've been on, I'm like, what in the hell? What garbage? But they're bringing in 30, 40, 50 freaking people, and it's going like crazy, you know. So I get, hey, if it works for them, what the hell? But I want it where if someone's visiting my channel, this is just my own mindset. Doesn't mean I'm right, wrong opinion. But if someone comes on my channel, okay, and they see three big things with my channel: product reviews, drink reviews, and live broadcasts. And I have a few other things like I did car dealership browsing and so forth. But when they go to my live broadcast playlist or they pull up a live broadcast, the last thing I want someone to do is pull up a live broadcast and it be some freaking silent stream, or be something where I'm just sitting back for 3 hours and they see, wow, he had like 35 people on his live broadcast. This must be great. And then I got to move my foot. I'm sorry. My foot getting cramped up. Back to my point, my rant real quick, everybody. But somebody comes on my channel, they click on one of my live broadcasts, like I call it I do sometimes the morning show. Sometimes I do the late night show. Lately, I've been doing late night shows. Okay. And they click it on, and here I am sitting back like this saying, oh, who's in the house? Who's in the building? Who's in the house? Who's in the building? Make sure you thumbs up my live. Oh, I see it's Life and Naya. Thank you for coming, Life and Naya 06. Yeah. Oh, you're not connected with Jess here, 23 from Australia, or McNicrum. Yeah, go over and make sure you dance with each other. Yeah, let's help each other out. Okay, that's cool. We want to network and build our channel up. But I'm really offering Jack SHIT. Oh, hi, Unified Gaming. I'm having a little rant here. What the hell? Oh, AC/DC is awesome, man. I love AC/DC. Yes. I'm just referring to that song Down Under. But anyway, let me finish my rant real quick. I'm going to get to you guys. Thank you for coming, Unified Gaming. So anyway, someone does these lives, okay? And they do well. Don't get me wrong. Some of these things, I mean, they really bring in the freaking people. And they just sit back like, oh, okay, info spot 401. Welcome in the building. Welcome, you're in the house. Like up my live. You're in the house. Oh, info spot. So-and-so just did a dance over at your place. Make sure you get back with them. But in the whole meantime, that's all I'm doing. I'm not doing any type of game. I'm not talking about anything good. That's all I'm doing is trying to just grab the basic. I know what they're doing. I know what the game is. I've been in YouTube several years. I've done a YouTube class for my work. But anyway, they're going after the watch hours. Okay. Yeah, I like to get watch hours too, but that's not what I'm just going to be. I don't want people pulling up my live on my channel that I did 3 weeks ago, and they pull up live after live after live, and it's the same garbage, not worth watching. At least someone might pull up my live and say, look at the description and be like, oh, okay, yeah, that'd be interesting. I caught a little bit of his live, but I'm looking at some of his live broadcasts, and he talked about the issue with these statues being taken down. I'd be curious what Ed on InfoSpot 401 had to say on that, as well as the people that were in the live chat, and that's, the late night show, or it was a morning. It was late night show. It wasn't the morning show. One of my favorite lives I did was a morning show where I got the video footage and I show the rocket ship leaving Earth going to Mars. Then I had some other footage showing the actual drones on Mars. And, man, it was just fun. I had a blast doing it. And I got really geeked up. I'm like, we're leaving YouTube. We're leaving Earth. We're going to Mars. But that's kind of I wrap my rant up. But that's that is me and what I believe in, Yeah, I could use some watch hours, but I want to do a broadcast where, I got this or what we're doing now, something we're talking about, not just sitting back and then, yeah, I like networking. Sure, we network and help each other out. Let me get to the chat. I'm going rambling on here. 3 people are here. Unified Gaming. Don't fall asleep on us, okay? I'll keep this going a little bit longer. I had some people just come in. Sure. AC/DC, man. AC/DC is a cool wow, Bon Scott, Bon Johnson, great singers. Oh man, the songs. My favorite song by them is Hell's Bells. Man, is that a cool song. There's just so many great, but I love when those church bells bing, bang, bing, and how they did that. Oh my God, was that cool? Yeah, great rock and roll band. But with AC/DC, maybe you can fill me in on this. I did hear, was it some news story a while back? Was it one of the guitarists or the drummer got in some serious trouble, had to go to jail? Was it like a criminal sexual conduct type charge in Australia? There was something where one of them I read was in court facing some serious jail time. Life and I don't fall asleep on us. Thanks for coming, Unified Gaming. Thank you for coming. I'll put that here. Before I wrap this up, I see I still got 3 people here. I've been on, 4 hours, 10 minutes now. It's almost 4 a.m. here where I am. 2 people left. Is there anything else? I got 2 people left in the live. Is there anything else anybody wanted to say or ask me about? I mean, we went from some great topics to getting into some serious discussion on racism and segregation to all kinds of fun stuff tonight. I wasn't all quite fun. We had some serious conversation as well as some light one. No? Okay. Anyway, 2 people on the live here. I'd just like to say thanks everybody for coming. I appreciate everybody subscribing and people, everyone dropping a like on my live broadcast. Thank you so much. I appreciate it very kindly. With that being said, I do have to wrap this up. I'll be on Saturday night, Eastern Standard Time Zone here in America, 11:30 to 12 midnight. For my next live broadcast, I'll do one Saturday night. Until then, until I see you here on my next live broadcast, okay? I say this because I mean it. Oh, hey, PB the Cool. I was just about to wrap this up and tell everybody to stay safe and enjoy life. Thank you for coming, by the way. I'll hang out here for a little bit longer. I was just asking anybody if there was anything else that they wanted to talk about or bring up. We went, what's up, PB? I started off the show real quick, PB, talking about some good topics. I had a news story here about the colleges. They're cracking down on it. Oh, you're fine, man. I still appreciate you stopping by, No big deal. Colleges worried about the COVID-19 case. The colleges are cracking down on the students. These students getting back to colleges with their partying and other things because the COVID cases were picking up. And then what else did I have here? I had some good topics. All about a lot of these retailers going bankrupt and out of business because the same thing with the COVID-19 and some of the doom and gloom to come if this thing ramps up again this winter. But and they don't get help and money from the government. A lot of these stores were going out of business, from J.C. Penney's to Neiman Marcus. Earlier I was talking about it, the bankruptcies. What else did I have going on here? Pure One went bankrupt. This was from CNBC, PB the Cool. So yeah, it's one of those things, man. This is one of those bad things from this. I talked about all these wildfires in California. This is the 10th largest wildfire right now going on in the state of California, PB the Cool. And they only got 7% of it out, meaning that it's, as far as what they've been able to put out, but a lot of it's not in the wildfires, not near the populated areas of like Los Angeles, San Diego, San Francisco, but it's in the wine country. Okay, yeah, you know about it, yeah. But what's so bad about this though is that it's in that Sonoma and Napa Valley and Sonoma area, and a lot of the wine here in America as well around the world comes from those two areas of California. So that really is gonna, really hurt that business and industry. Oh, I talked about this. I have a funny story. A man sets a new Guinness World Record, PB to Cool. He eats 107 blueberries in 1 minute. And according to to get the Guinness World Record on it, he has to eat one blueberry at a time. So you can't grab a handful. So he ate this one at a time, and the video's on this website, UPI. It was kind of funny. I was trying to find light stuff. And then the other big one was really great. I talked about was this article I got, The Psychology of Rumors, and what exactly rumors are, and what's the difference between rumors and gossip. Let me get a sip of my Snapple. And the main difference, PB to Cool, is that rumors, the key thing is that it's unproven. Let me go back to this little thing here. I'm sorry, unverified. Information that is unverified and is getting spread is the rumor. Gossip can be something that's true, and you're sharing that information with other people, and it's usually gossip is for the wrong intended purposes. Like I could know somebody, let's say, where they, he had their car repossessed and they're losing their house and they got financial issues, and it's someone I don't like. I could go around to people, let's say at the workplace, and say, hey, guess what happened to so-and-so? Now, what I'm saying is true, but what I'm doing is it's not spreading a rumor because it's a fact, but I'm spreading gossip because it's about that individual. So that's what I was talking, and all on this article on rumors and gossip. Then I get into the different reasons why people spread rumors. But those are the main topics. Then we got into racism in America and segregation, from the past, and talking on that issue and a few other things. But yeah, I'm going to wrap it up a little bit. Did you guys, anything you want to say or talk about before I end the live? Because, gosh, I'm, 4 hours and almost 4.5 hours. I'm halfway there. But yeah, it's 3:52 a.m. my time here, and I'm getting tired for the late night show. No, nothing? Okay. Well, hey, for the 3 people left, I do have to wrap this up, and thank you for coming, PB to Cool, and Unified Game. Everybody, thank you, everybody, for coming. I really, really appreciate it. I had fun tonight. I will have to in the future. I'm going to do that. I would like to do the StreamYard too, because I think sometimes they have fair, good discussions. It's not fair that someone's talking and someone's in the chat. And plus, too, I think it really helps too. Is I will do the StreamYard, and put it up, bring people in. The only thing I'm definitely doing with StreamYard, though, it has to be somebody I know. So if someone comes in here I don't know that well, I'm not bringing him in on a StreamYard and getting troll bombed. So like if I do a StreamYard real quick, like PB to Cool, McNigram, Life and Naya 06, Unified Gaming, I'll bring you in. I know you real well. You come here often, but yeah, I'm going to plan on doing that. I still want to look into doing, background. I got this thing hanging up. This is an old bed sheet here, but it's like a greenish color, and do the, the background thing. That's cool. So yeah, I got some other plans I'm going to do. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, PB, before I leave, I didn't know if you saw my comment. You had a interesting video up about doing a Q&A, and I thought that was really cool. like questions and answers or things to talk about. And one of my ideas was to what I'd love to hear you go over, but you don't have to do it now, not on here, but for your Q&A. I like movies, but I said what I was requested for you, PB, was could you do a thing about like your top 10 favorite movies? It doesn't have to be the best movies ever. I could care less if it might be a movie that a lot of people think it stinks. Okay, like let's say Kevin Costner's Waterworld, that thing. But if that's something you like, cool. But I'd just be curious when you do your Q&A video. My one question, awesome, you rock, PB. But I've just always loved to hear that, with music and movies for your Q&A. I'll look forward to that. Yeah, you're more than welcome. Yeah, don't answer it here. It gives me something to look forward to on the Q&A video. Your top 10 favorite movies. I don't care if it's romance, action, comedy. I always love it sometimes listening when I ask people this because it's all opinion. But I get it. I like it. And then be like, oh, wow. Okay. PB the Cool actually in his top 10 favorite movies, he has a James Bond movie in there. And like, for example, I'm a big James Bond fan, but I'm looking forward to it, man. Definitely. I'll be checking it out, PB, when you do your Q&A coming up. OBRA, thank you for coming. Okay. Thank you, OBRA. Yeah. This is my friend from the Philippines. By the way, when I got 3 people in here, PB the Cool, you definitely, if you're not connected, we're networking, but OBRA does some lives, PB, and you will build up your subscriber count and watch time, but genuinely, I'm telling you, he does his like watch time lives. Just go on one of his lives, but if you can, have a desktop or a laptop computer because it is off the charts good. Yes, yeah, definitely. Yeah, click on his channel, network with him, and OBRA. He does live broadcasts and he does some videos with arts. And his live broadcasts, you got to have a laptop or desktop computer open when it really gets going, like 20, 30 people, PB, and have like 5, 6 different windows there ready and open on YouTube because you're going to get people that are going to come over and they're going to go on your VIP list and hit you up and you vice versa. It's a lot of networking there, but it's not like sub for sub because believe me, the people that come on there, when they hit you up, they're not just going to subscribe and leave. A lot of them will watch a couple of your videos and comment back. But anyway, you got to check out his live sometimes. Now, the Philippines are 12-hour time difference for me. So like right now it's 3:57 a.m. where I am, and over in the Philippines it's 3:57 p.m. over there in the Philippines. Anyway, hey, I gotta end this. I got one person left. I just want to say this before I end the live here. Everybody, please stay safe and enjoy life. And I hope to see you tonight. I'm going to do another live broadcast tonight, the late night show. Thank you, everybody, for coming and being here. Stay safe. Enjoy life.